Was showing gallery view, now just changed over to this.
Why? I'm calling to order this meeting. This is a regular meeting of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is September 20th, 2022. The time is 12:26 in the afternoon. And this meeting of the Committee of the Whole is being conducted live in person in room 500 of the Council Chambers of the Johnny Wilson Building, but is also available via the Zoom video conference broadcast platform. It's being broadcast live on Council Channel 13, and I believe it's streaming on the Council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. And I emphasize the gov because we have changed our website address from dccouncil.us to dccouncil.gov. As I said, this is a regular meeting of the Committee of the Whole. It will be followed almost immediately by an additional meeting, legislative meeting of the council. We begin our Committee of the Whole meetings with the roll call. Mr. Cash, would you please call the roll?
Chairman Mendelson,
Present.
Councilmember Allen,
Here.
Councilmember Bonds,
Here.
Councilmember Che,
Here.
Councilmember Gray,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Lewis George,
Here.
Councilmember McDuffie,
Here.
Councilmember Nadeau,
Here.
Councilmember Pinto,
Present.
Councilmember Silverman,
Present.
Councilmember Robert White,
Present.
Councilmember Trayon White.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. We have the Secretary's report of committee filings. I'm going to recognize the Chair Pro Tem, Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to waive the reading of the Secretary's report.
There's been a motion to waive the reading of the Secretary's report. Is there discussion? On the motion to waive the reading of the report, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes? The motion carries unanimously. We have the Secretary's log of introductions and referrals. I'm going to recognize the Chair Pro Tem.
And I am going to move to waive the reading of the Secretary's log of introductions and referrals.
It's been a motion to waive the reading of the log. Is there discussion? By a voice vote, all those in favor of waiving the reading of the log, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes? The motion is approved unanimously. We have for markup something like 8 or 9 bills in the committee of the whole. Measures that are being considered for markup are fully debatable in the committee of the whole. I say that because measures that are reported out of other committees are for questions only. The first measure being markup that I propose for markup is Bill 24-145. The Navy Place Southeast redesignation and official street designation clarification amendment act of 2022. Bill 24-145 would officially redesignate the street now known as Ellen Wilson Place Southeast to be Navy Place Southeast. The location is in Ward 6. This is an official naming, and official naming typically involves the designation of postal addresses and enables the placement of primary entrance to residences or offices. The current name is Ellen Wilson Place. Ellen Wilson was the first wife of President Woodrow Wilson. She was born into a family of enslavers in May of 1860 in Savannah, Georgia. She married Woodrow Wilson, who became president. As First Lady, Mrs. Wilson focused on alley dwellings in the district. By 1914, Ellen Wilson led tours of alleys throughout the district that were deemed dilapidated or sources of crime in the district. In reality, most of the alleyways were homes of Black residents having resided there for decades, and the perception of the alleys and its residents were likely viewed through a racist lens. Ellen Wilson's deathbed request was passage of federal legislation to clear the city of alleyways, to clear alleyways of dwellings. A federal law led to the creation of the Alley Dwelling Authority to clear district alleys of residential uses. The authority set its sights on Navy Place, on the Navy Place block in the late 1930s. This was to become the site of a new segregated public housing project. The G Street section of the site was not demolished, while the rest of the block where the Black residents lived was cleared. The project was built in 1941 and was named Ellen Wilson over objections of African-American groups. The Ellen Wilson project would remain segregated until 1953. In 1993, renovation plans for Ellen Place, or for the Ellen Wilson dwellings, renovation plans were abandoned when a Hope 6 grant was awarded to the DC Housing Authority to replace Ellen Wilson with 1,562 new housing units. The site was raised in 1996. In 2004, the council adopted legislation to realign the street and alley system and dedicate new streets and alleys in the block. And one of those streets was designated as Ellen Wilson Place without much explanation in the council's committee report. The bill before us, Bill 24-145, proposes to redesignate Ellen Wilson Place Southeast as Navy Place Southeast. Given the known segregationist and racist leanings of President Woodrow Wilson and Ellen Wilson, and Mrs. Wilson's support and advocacy for the clearing out of predominantly Black residents of alley dwellings in the district, it is desirable that the Ellen Wilson Place designation be changed. Moreover, given the historic Navy Place alley had a similar east-west orientation just south of the location of the current roadway, it is also appropriate that the name of the roadway bisecting the block be restored to Navy Place Southeast. This legislation actually does more than simply change the name. There is an amendment to the street and alley closing law. There are 3 major steps required under the current law to officially name or rename a street. The committee has found over the past 8 years that some of these steps are duplicative or burdensome to the initiator of a proposal. The law currently requires written notice of the date and time of a council hearing to each affected property owner in addition to posting signage indicating the proposed new name. Another step required under the current law is that the initiator of a proposal must obtain petition signatures of a majority of the residents of the block and submit it to the council before the council's hearing. Signage of the proposed street naming is to be posted. These steps were all intended to provide ample notice to neighbors of proposed naming that would affect their address. In addition, the ANC must be put on notice of a proposal. In this committee print, the committee is recommending adding a section to clarify the petitioning requirement and to set aside the other notice requirements in a case where the ANC has adopted a resolution in support of the naming. The committee believes that relying on the ANC to gauge local support for a naming, verified by examining the petition submitted to the council, not to mention deferring to usually the ward council member who introduces the proposed naming, should be sufficient to make a determination of whether to approve the legislation. Officially redesignating the Ellen Wilson Place Southeast as Navy Place Southeast is a fitting tribute to the history of the block, and amending the notice requirements for future official designations will facilitate the official designation and redesignation of streets and alleys in the district. For these reasons, assuming this is approved, the Committee of the Whole will be recommending approval of Bill 24-145, the Navy Place Southeast redesignation and official street designation clarification Amendment Act of 2022. This legislation was introduced on March 4th, 2021 by Councilmember Allen. The Committee of the Whole held a hearing last November 3rd. The committee received no testimony or comments in opposition to the renaming of the street. And with that, there's no objection. I'll move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Allen.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank you and your staff for moving this measure forward through the Committee of the Whole. As you said and outlined for us, and I think as your committee report outlines and lays out very well, continuing to honor Ellen Wilson as the namesake of this street would only serve to honor the history of racism. I'm glad that we're recognizing that reality of history and actually returning to a previous name for this street. I want to thank the townhomes on Capitol Hill neighbors who worked together to tell the true history of this name and have helped find a better solution together. In particular, I want to note Kate Denson's leadership, as well as Ian Tucker, Lisa Hunt, and ANC 6B. So I appreciate you moving this forward and of course, encourage my colleagues' full support for this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? The motion is on both the print and the report, and I'll ask for a roll call. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Louis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The motion, which is the print and report, are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next item for markup is Bill 24-160, entitled the Willie J. Hardy Memorial Bridge Redesignation Act of 2022. This bill would officially designate the bridge on Benning Road, Northeast, located between 34th Street and Minnesota Avenue, as the Willie J. Hardy Memorial Bridge. Willie Hardy was born in 1922 in St. Louis, Missouri. She and her family moved to the district in 1927, where Ms. Hardy lived for the rest of her life. Willie Hardy became active in Democratic politics around 1960. And 1960, she served as Executive Secretary of the John F. Kennedy Inaugural Committee, and then worked for Senator Philip Hart, who was in Congress, who was known as the conscience of the Senate locally. Ms. Hardy championed the rights of poor and disadvantaged district residents. She volunteered at the Metropolitan Community Aid Council, an organization which provided emergency shelter, clothing, legal advice, and job placement services to Washingtonians. She also led the Black United Front, a group demanding equality for Black people, as well as pressing for housing rights, police protection, and civil rights. In 1976, Willie Hardy ran for the Ward 7 seat on the newly established Home Rule Council of the District of Columbia. She won and was one of the first elected members of the council. During her 2 terms, she served as chairwoman of the Committee on Public Safety and also served on the Committee on Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, Committee on Housing and Economic Development, Committee on Finance and Revenue, and the Committee on the Judiciary. In 1980, she announced that she would not run for re-election. Under the district's public space naming law, only one public space, including streets and buildings, may be officially named for a person. The bridge proposed to be designated in memory of Willie J. Hardy was previously known as the Lorraine Whitlock Bridge. In 2020, the council adopted legislation redesignating an elementary school in Ward 7 as the Lorraine H. Whitlock Elementary School, meaning that the previous designation for this bridge was repealed, leaving it without an official name, which this bill then steps in to rename. Officially designating this bridge as the Willie J. Hardy Memorial Bridge will honor Ms. Hardy, who was a true public servant and a staunch community activist before, during, and after her time on the council. Assuming concurrence, the Committee of the Whole recommends approval of Bill 24-160, the Willie J. Hardy Memorial Bridge Designation Act of 2022. This bill was introduced on March 26, 2021 by Councilmember Vince Gray, co-introduced by Councilmembers Allen, Bonds, Jay, Henderson, Lewis George, McDuffie, Nadeau, Pinto, Silverman, and Trahan White. A public hearing was held by the Committee of the Whole on the measure on November 3rd, 2021. The committee has received no testimony or comments in opposition to the legislation. Without objection, I move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical, conforming, and editorial changes. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Gray.
Mr. Chairman, I really want to add my voice to those in support of this measure on behalf of Councilmember Willie J. Hardy. She was a distinguished council member. She worked very hard, as you heard, and I appreciate it in your comments, Mr. Chairman. She worked very hard on behalf of the people of the District of Columbia. She decided not to run again, as you heard, as you know. And so I just believe that she's somebody who deserves our support. And I'm glad that we've got not only council members, but we got other people among us who are supporting Willie J. Hardy being supported for this. Her family is very supportive also, Mr. Chairman. So I am delighted to be able to add my voice to theirs and to others. This is just the right thing to do, Mr. Chairman. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Is there further discussion? Again, the motion is on both the print report with leave for staff. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The print and report are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed.
You know, you are barely audible.
That's horrible. Once the report is filed.
I think I heard that. Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. Third item for markup is Bill 24-336, Wiltberger East Alleys Designation Act of 2022. Bill 24-336 would symbolically designate the public alley system within Square 441, which is bounded by Wiltberger Street Northwest, T Street, Florida Avenue, 6th Street, and S Street, as Holsperline Bakery Way, Joe and May Hurd All Sports Club Way, and Wiltberger Clubhouse Way. So they're different alley segments and there would be different names for them. The location is in Ward 6. The symbolic naming is for ceremonial purposes and shall be in addition to and subordinate to any name that is an official name. The Holsperline Bakery operated as a wholesale production facility at 1827 Wiltberger Street between 1900 and 1953. The All Sports Club was a restaurant, bar, and jazz club founded in 1940 by Black broadcaster and radio pioneer Harold Hal Jackson. The Wiltberger Clubhouse was a social and athletic club for residents of Wiltberger and the surrounding community. And the committee report goes into a bit more detail about each of these venues. The area comprising the Wiltberger alleys has been redeveloped over the last several years into a mixed-use development. The local advisory neighborhood commission 6E wishes to recognize many of the businesses, community organizations, and residents that have contributed to the history and culture of the area. Each of these named entities represent a distinct period and facet of the neighborhood story. Thus, the committee of the whole recommends, assuming that this is adopted, that the council approve Bill 24-336 as the Wiltberger East Alleys Designation Act of 2022. This legislation was introduced by Councilmember Allen on June 28, 2021. The committee of the whole held a hearing on November 3rd, 2021. The committee has received no testimony or comments in opposition to the legislation. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Allen.
Thank you. Well, it was in Ward 6 when I introduced it, but now it's in Ward 2. But still excited, and I appreciate the work of ANC 6E and the neighbors on Wiltberger to really help think about how do we utilize this and create some great names. So I'm really proud this is moving forward. A shout out and appreciation to ANC 6E for their leadership in helping work this through and be able to help have the community conversation that led to the introduction. Of course, to my Ward 2 colleague, excited for you to help take the baton now and move this forward. But it's a great block, some great neighbors, and I'm excited for this to take place. So thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? If there's, I think I already moved to both the print and report without objection. If there's no further discussion, Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The motion, which is the print and report, are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed,
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next item is Bill 24-422, Torres Strait Way Designation Act of 2022. Bill 24-422 would symbolically designate the portion of the alleyway system in Square 181 between lots 162 and 801 as Torres Strait Way. The location is in Ward 2 near Scott Circle. A symbolic naming is for ceremonial purposes and shall be in addition to and subordinate to any name that is an official name. The Embassy of Australia in Washington, D.C., located at 1601 Massachusetts Avenue, is currently being rebuilt, and the new design will include access to the embassy loading dock and parking off of the adjacent alleyway, which is currently unmarked. The Embassy of the Philippines Consular Center is located adjacent to the same unmarked alley at 1617 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest. The Australian Embassy has requested the alley be redesignated to facilitate access for delivery drivers, couriers, emergency vehicles, and law enforcement. Further, the Office of Foreign Missions at the State Department has no objection to the proposal, which is embodied in this bill. The Embassy of Australia and the Embassy of the Philippines reached mutual agreement to name the alley Torres Strait Way. The choice of the proposed name refers to the Torres Strait, which is located to the north of Australia and provides naval passage between Australia and the Philippines. Historically, the Torres Strait linked Australia and the Philippines through early exploration and continues to do so via trade, enterprise, mutual geopolitical interest, and migration. Torres Strait Way is a fitting name for the alley that runs between the Australian and Philippine embassies, as the Torres Strait runs between both countries, and both embassies are in agreement on the symbolic name. Thus, the Committee of the Whole, assuming that we approve this, recommends council approval of Bill 24-422, the Torres Strait Way Designation Act of 2022. This legislation was introduced by Councilmember Pinto on October 4th, 2021. The Committee of the Whole held a hearing on July 6th, 2022. The committee did not receive any testimony or comments in opposition. Without objection, I move the print and report with leave for staff to make technical, conforming, and editorial changes. Is there discussion? Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Just want to thank you for moving this bill. It's always nice when there's agreement between embassies. And so we're looking forward to renaming this alley. Thank you.
Agreement between embassies or agreement between countries? Because our purpose is to further diplomacy in the world. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Is there further discussion? The motion is on both the print and report with leave for staff. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The motion to approve the print and report is adopted unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
once the report and the hearing record are filed.
Oh, we hear you very clearly. Thank you. And Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. Next is Bill 24-436, Kenilworth Court Street Designation Act of 2022. Bill 24-436 would officially designate the street in square 5116 between 45th Street and Kenilworth Avenue Northeast as Amin Muslim Street Northeast, and would officially designate the street in square 5116 between 45th Street and Kenilworth Avenue as Denise Stanley Street Northeast. Both are depicted on the plat that's attached to the committee report. The location is in Ward 7, and official naming typically involves the designation of postal addresses and enables the placement of the primary entrance to residences or offices. In 2020, the council adopted legislation to, in part, dedicate land for new public streets as part of the DC Housing Authority redevelopment known as Kenilworth Courts. The streets dedicated are depicted in SO 16-23580, but at the time were not named. This legislation, the bill before us, would designate official names for the new streets. Amin Muslim was a respected community leader in Ward 7. He served nearly 3 years with the Metropolitan Police Department as a community outreach coordinator supervisor. He previously served 2 terms on the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizen Affairs under Mayor Vincent Gray. Some individuals here, council members may remember him because he also worked at the council for a while. Denise Stanley was a resident of the Kenilworth community for over 40 years and served as president of the Kenilworth Courts Resident Council for over 10 years. Ms. Stanley ran programs focused on seniors and children, including a back-to-school backpack giveaway, a summer meals program, a Mother's Day luncheon, and a Christmas toy giveaway. Officially designating these 2 streets as Amin Muslim Street and Denise Stanley Street, both in Northeast, will be a fitting tribute to both of these respected community leaders. For these reasons, the Committee of the Whole recommends the approval of Bill 24-436, the Kenilworth Court Street Designation Act of 2022. I read that, assuming that we will vote affirmatively. This legislation was introduced by Councilmember Gray on October 6, 2021. Committee of the Whole held a public hearing on July 6, 2022, and heard no testimony or received no comments in opposition to this legislation. Without objection, I move both the print report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Gray.
Mr. Chairman, I'm delighted to be able to support these naming opportunities for both Denise Stanley and for Amin Muslim. I knew both of them extremely well, Mr. Chairman. They worked with me. So it's a wonderful opportunity to be able to say that we are naming something for them in honor of them. And I'm delighted to be able to add my voice to those who are in support, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I regret that I did not know Denise Stanley, but I did know Amin Muslim very well. And just want to take the opportunity to say how much I support this move. He was a uniquely gifted resident of our city who always loved and prioritized people of this city. He passed well before his time, and frankly, in these days, we could use him more than ever. So I look forward to voting in support of this and encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Chairman.
Councilmember Trayon White.
Thank you. I just want to speak on behalf of Amin Muslim. I don't know Stanley. Mr. Muslim was a strong Washingtonian who used his influence and power in government and in community in very unique spaces where most people can't go at the times that people won't go. In my numerous encounters with Amin, he's always been a person who stood for what he believed, even if it wasn't popular. And some of the things he did was timely. And so I appreciate me being able to glean from him and his work in the community. And then he eventually transferred over to working with MPD to help as an outreach person with them, which gave them some credibility to ease the tension between Black communities and the police department. So his work is not unnoticed. So I'm honored to support this legislation today in honor of his name. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Councilmember.
Chairman.
Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I am very honored to have the opportunity to support both of these individuals who were stellar organizers in the community that made a difference for the quality of life in a neighborhood. And I think this is the direction I hope we will move in the future. And that is to recognize our contemporary heroes and sheroes so that when we have a history, it also relates to those persons who have contributed stellarly to the community. So thank you. I'm excited about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. If there's no further
Mr. Chairman,
Councilmember
just briefly,
McDuffie.
I think I did not know the Stanley, but I did know Amin Muslim pretty well and had the opportunity, as has been stated by others so eloquently, to have worked with him even before I was on the council as an advisor to the late Paul Quander, who was Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice under then Mayor Gray. And I got to know Amin really well because he was the type of person who not only cared deeply about the diverse communities across the District of Columbia, but had the credibility to show up and walk through those communities throughout the District of Columbia. He cared deeply about addressing the gun violence that continues to occur in our city. And I learned a lot from him as a friend. I think this is a fitting way to honor his memory and legacy because it's people like Amin who I think sacrificed so much of themselves as somebody who worked for the council as well as the Metropolitan Police Department. He sacrificed so much of himself to make the city better. And so I just wanted to chime in to say how much I support this because of how dedicated a Washingtonian Amin Muslim was to our city.
Thank you, Mr. McDuffie. Hold on just a second. Thank you, Mr. McDuffie. If there's no further discussion, the motion is on both the print and report with leave for staff. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Enthusiastically, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Mr. Chairman, you have 13 yeses.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The print report are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report and hearing record are filed.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next item for markup is Bill 24-722, Swampoodle Terrace Designation Act of 2022. Bill 24-722 would officially designate the park in lots 800 and 807 and square 748, bounded by L Street Northeast, Second Street Northeast, M Street Northeast, and Third Street Northeast as Swampoodle Terrace. The location, I believe, is in Ward 6. In 2014, a partnership was established between the district government and the Noma Parks Foundation to develop parks to fit a variety of community needs. Those needs were outlined in the 2012 Noma Public Realm Design Plan and approved as a framework for public investment through the district's 2014 Budget Support Act. Prior to this partnership, Noma had few public green spaces. Since then, the council has designated 2 parks established under the partnership. Swampoodle Park at 3rd and L Streets Northeast, and Alethea Tanner Park, which is located between Harry Thomas Way and the Metropolitan Branch Trail. Bill 24-722, the bill before us, proposes to designate additional park space across the street from Swampoodle Park to be designated as Swampoodle Terrace. This park is designated as, is designed as a complement to Swampoodle Park in design and functionality. It is approximately the same size as Swampoodle Park, but includes more green space, tables and chairs, a pergola, and storage and service structures. From the street, there are multiple levels or terraces leading to the open green space. The name Swampoodle Terrace was chosen after a 2-round community naming process. Of 150 names initially recommended by the community, names related to Swampoodle Park had the most support. After a final community vote on the top 3 names, Swampoodle Terrace won by far the majority of the 900 votes cast. Advisory Neighborhood Commission succeeds Committee on the Environment, Parks and Events also strongly supported the name, and the full ANC has provided support for the naming. Officially designating this bridge as Swampoodle Terrace will be a fitting counterpart to adjacent Swampoodle Park, and the designation was recommended by an overwhelming vote of community members. For these reasons, the Committee of the Whole, assuming that we adopt this, recommends the approval of Bill 24-722, Swampoodle Terrace Designation Act of 2022. This legislation was introduced by Councilmember Allen on March 21st, 2022. The Committee of the Whole held a public hearing on July 6, 2022. Committees received no testimony or comments in opposition to this legislation. Without objection, I move the print and report with leave for staff to make technical, conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion, and is it still in Ward 6?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excited this one's still in Ward 6. So I appreciate that. Just very quickly, thank you for moving this forward and to make sure it's done in time as the park project is getting close to completion and will be a great partner to the park across the street and add much needed green space for the Nova neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Cash, would you call the roll? The votes on the print and report.
Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White. Councilmember Trayon White. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
The print and report are approved unanimously. The next item for markup is Bill 24-664, the Equal Access to Changing Tables Amendment Act of 2022.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to do the clearance. Let me back up and do the clearance on that bill. This is on Bill 24-722, Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report and hearing record are filed.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
No objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next item for markup is 24-664, Bill 24-664, Equal Access to Changing Tables Amendment Act of 2022. This bill was sequentially referred first to the Committee on Human Services and then, I'm sorry, no, this was not sequentially referred. My mistake. All right, let me pick up here. Bill 24-664 as introduced would require all newly constructed and substantially renovated district-owned and occupied buildings and business establishments with at least one restroom open to the public to provide a diaper changing station in each publicly accessible restroom. Based on feedback from stakeholders, the committee print makes several substantive changes to the bill. First, the print adds a new subsection that would require the installation of diaper changing stations in existing district-owned and occupied buildings. While some jurisdictions that have adopted similar laws have only required diaper changing stations in new or substantially renovated government-owned buildings, the committee believes all publicly accessible district-owned and occupied buildings should contain a diaper changing station. This also puts the district on even footing with the federal government, as the Bathrooms Accessible in Every Situation Act, approved by Congress in September 2016, requires diaper changing stations in all publicly accessible federal buildings. Second, the committee print strikes language that would exempt business establishments that exclusively serve patrons ages 3 and above. The committee believes this exemption could create confusion for business owners as well as patrons, as there's no way to know whether a business does not serve children under the age of 3. Instead, the committee inserts language in its place that would exempt business establishments that do not permit anyone under the age of 18 to enter the premises, consistent with recommendations from public witnesses and laws in other jurisdictions. Finally, the committee print adds a date certain of January 1st, 2023 for diaper changing station requirements in new or substantially renovated district-owned buildings and business establishments. This ensures clarity as to when these provisions apply. Beyond these substantive changes, the committee print makes several technical amendments to Bill 24-664, including amending the definition of diaper changing station to be more consistent with its use in building codes and federal law, providing a definition of the term restroom, and clarifying that the dollar threshold for substantially renovated includes labor and material costs. The lack of diaper changing facilities in public business or government buildings in the district negatively impacts tens of thousands of district residents with babies and toddlers. Bill 24-664 would rectify this situation by requiring diaper changing tables at existing and new government buildings and new or substantially renovated business establishments and places of public accommodation, thereby making it easier for people with babies and toddlers to fully participate in public life. Given these facts, the committee recommends, assuming this is adopted, council approval of the committee print for Bill 24-664. I would like to note that this benefits tourists as well and therefore benefits the district. And I also want to note that the fiscal impact statement for this bill does state that funds are not sufficient. So there is an subject to appropriation provision in the committee print. The bill is estimated to have a cost of $390,000 in fiscal year 2023, $410,000 in fiscal year 2024, and then like $20,000 a year after that. I do want to say that I may revisit that date certain of January 1st, 2023 because of the fiscal impact statement, but if I do that, it'll be by amendment at second reading. This legislation was introduced by Council Member Brianne Nadeau and co-introduced by Councilmembers White and Allen on January 25th, 2019. All right, that's an earlier bill, Bill 23-361. The Committee of the Whole held a hearing on that bill on January 28th, 2020. And because that hearing was held in the prior council period, we used that public hearing as the basis for moving forward. The bill was reintroduced as Bill 24-664 on February 15th, 2022. Again, introduced by Councilmember Nadeau and co-introduced by Councilmembers Robert White, Christina Henderson, Janice Lewis George, Mary Cheh, and Charles Allen. I'm going to move the print with leave for staff to make technical and conforming changes. The motion is on the print. Is there discussion? Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. To you for moving this legislation and to your staff for their work on this markup. I introduced this bill in response to a lack of diaper changing accommodations in many places across the district, causing caregivers, often those who cannot use a women's restroom, to be forced to find alternatives. Many of those alternatives are unsanitary, cramped, and pose a health and safety risk. By providing equal access to changing tables for parents regardless of gender, we will continue to make the district more humane, more livable, and more equitable at little cost to anyone other than the $150 it costs to install a changing table. The committee print builds upon the reasonable exemptions in the bill as introduced to account for accessibility and for businesses that do not serve patrons under 18. I look forward to seeing this legislation enacted and implemented. It appears from the FIS that with the exception of the requirements placed on government buildings, which does not have a fiscal impact, this can be implemented soon. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Councilmember Nadeau, for leading in this really important effort in making sure that people have access to these changing tables. I just had two questions for you, Chairman. One, do government buildings include schools that will now need to have these changing tables installed? And two, when you said, there have been some recommendations that establishments that don't serve patrons under 3, a more sensible distinction would be for those under 18. I imagine that's because most bars may not need access to changing tables if there are no babies permitted in those bars. Did anybody testify to or bring to the committee's attention any other examples of establishments that have a more limited age range under the age of 18?
It does include schools. And it, my recollection is that the testimony and input we got, and we did some work with outside groups subsequent to the hearing. In fact, over the last few months, where we heard concern was from ABC establishments.
Okay.
ABC's alcohol.
So you didn't hear from anybody else that you can recall about concerns under the age of 18?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? The motion is on the print with leave for staff. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Cheh.
Yes.
Councilmember Cheh votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The print is approved unanimously. I move the report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion? We'll do this by voice vote. The motion again is on the report with leave for staff. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any no votes? The motion to approve the report is carried unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
And I had noted there is a fiscal impact.
Correct. It is subject to appropriations.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The last item for markup in the committee of the whole is Bill 24-706, Board of Ethics and Government Accountability Delinquent Debt Recovery Amendment Act of 2022. This is the bill that was sequentially referred first to the Committee on Human Services and then to the committee of the whole. I've not discussed this with Councilmember Nadeau. Did you want to make a presentation of this bill?
Oh, sure. Thank you, Chairman. I introduced the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability Delinquent Debt Recovery Amendment Act of 2022 on March 9th, 2022. The purpose of the bill is to allow BEGA to retain the funds from ethics and open meeting violations collected by the Central Collection Unit instead of the funds going into the district's general fund. Similar to funds within the Office of the Attorney General and the University of the District of Columbia, this bill will allow BEGA to keep collected delinquent debts in an already established fund. The money deposited into the ethics or open government funds will not revert to the unrestricted fund balance. And BEGA has indicated that the fund will supplement their limited operating budget. The agency responds to hundreds of requests for informal advice, conducts investigations, and conducts trainings for district employees. The Office of Open Government, for example, is responsible for providing ethics advice and training to the district government's 34,000 employees and public officials, but has a limited budget and small staff. BEGA is responsible for critical work to our government, and this legislation will help the agency ensure that the district continues to uphold the highest standards of ethics and open government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. As I said, this was sequentially referred. As Councilmember Nadeau already noted, the bill would allow the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability to retain funds resulting from ethics or open meetings violations under its jurisdiction. It would allow the Central Collection Unit of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer to collect delinquent debt on BEGA's behalf and deposit it into the Ethics Fund or the Open Government Fund. Currently, fines for Ethics Act or Open Meetings Act violations are deposited into the Ethics Fund or the Open Government Fund, respectively. However, pursuant to the Delinquent Debt Recovery Act of 2012, if an individual does not pay the fine within 60 days, the remaining balance is transferred to the Central Collections Unit. When the Central Collections Unit, or CCU, collects these delinquent fines, the funds are deposited into the general fund. This bill would change this process so that delinquent debts owed to BEGA and collected by the CCU are deposited into the appropriate special purpose BEGA fund. While most individuals who are found guilty of an Ethics Act or Open Meetings Act violation pay their fines, Ashley Cooks, who's the director of the Office of Government Ethics, noted in her testimony that BEGA is currently owed nearly $65,000 in unpaid fines. If these funds are deposited into the Ethics Fund or Open Government Fund, they could be used to support the critical work of BEGA. Additionally, exceptions to the process prescribed in the Delinquent Debt Recovery Act of 2012 have been approved multiple times by the council since 2012, including for delinquent debt owed to the United Medical Center, debts arising from non-resident student tuition, and debts arising out of settlements and judgments brought by the Office of the Attorney General. So there is ample precedent to support this bill. This bill was introduced by Councilmember Nadeau on March 9th, 2022. The Committee on Human Services held a public hearing on April 6th. The Committee on Human Services marked the bill up on July 6th. And I'm now moving the Committee of the Whole print for our consideration. The act will be on the committee of the whole print. So what's before us right now is the committee of the whole print. Is there discussion? Councilmember Vons?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thanks to Councilmember Nadeau for this measure. I just had a question about the debt and how the debt is handled. Am I understanding that there's about 65,000 that is to be collected? Okay, and these debt collectors, do they get a percentage of what they collect?
I will find out.
Okay,
The debt collectors are actually the OCFO.
Oh, there you go.
they are,
Yeah,
as opposed to some outside firm?
correct. It's the Central Collections Unit.
Right.
Okay. All right,
Thank you, Chairman.
every now and then I get comments from these collection entities, and I was wondering if that is who is responsible for this. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Further? The motion is on the COW print with leave for staff to make technical and conforming changes. There's no further discussion. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Trahan Councilor Trahan
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Vons.
Yes,
Councilmember Vons votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The print is approved unanimously. I move the report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion? Motion is on the report. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The report is approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
The record is complete from the Committee on Human Services, and once the report is filed from the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
No objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. We will turn now to measures from other committees, and the first is from the Committee on Transportation and the Environment, chaired by Councilmember Mary Che. It's Bill 24-673, Safer Streets Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember Che.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Despite our commitment to eliminating traffic deaths and serious injuries, traffic fatalities in the district and across the country have been on the rise. The council has done a lot of work. The executive has done a lot of work in recent years, but there remains a lot more to be done if we're going to reverse this troubling trend. This bill, 24-673, the Safer Streets Amendment Act, seeks to address several additional issues in our traffic safety laws to better protect our most vulnerable road users. It both addresses the rules of the road as well as facilitating the construction of safer infrastructure. There are several parts to the bill. First, beginning on January 1, 2025, the bill would prohibit drivers from turning right when facing a red light unless DDOT determines that allowing the right turn on red would be safe and the agency installs signage explicitly allowing it. This is basically flipping our current posture in which right turns on red are allowed, except where the agency decides that it has to prohibit them and puts up a sign to that effect. I want to note that DDOT is already undertaking a comprehensive review of all intersections in the district to assess whether to ban right on red. This change merely means while they undertake that review, the default approach is the one that we're going to follow. And I should point out that already DDOT has looked at hundreds of intersections, and at every single one of them, except those that don't have any pedestrian access. Every single one of them, DDOT has said that it's too dangerous. The engineers, the advocates, and other community members looking at this all agree that prohibiting right turns on red at those intersections is appropriate and should be expanded across the district. Now, the bill gives DDOT 2 years to plan for the change, during which time they'll need to determine where turns on red should be allowed. Then they can launch a public education campaign. They can adjust signal timing and make other infrastructure changes as needed. Second, the bill would also legalize one part of the Idaho Stop, so-called Idaho Stop, allowing bike and scooter riders, excuse me, to travel safely through a stop sign without coming to a complete stop. As long as they are moving slowly and slowly enough to observe and avoid hazards. Riders will not have to yield to other road users. They would have to yield to other road users, including pedestrians and drivers who are lawfully using the intersection. Now, despite the language that you'll see used in some emails, the bill does not allow cyclists to blow through stop signs or put anyone in danger. In fact, allowing cyclists to maintain momentum through a stop sign improves safety at our intersections by allowing the riders to be more visible to drivers, reducing their exposure to collisions. Versions of this part of the Idaho Stop are already in place in 9 other states, and data from those jurisdictions shows that road conditions became safer after implementing this policy change. As one example, Delaware has that stop as yield law, and cyclist crashes at stop signs dropped by 23% after implementation. In the committee, we significantly narrowed the bill as first introduced that would have allowed cyclists to treat red lights as stop signs. That is removed. The only item left in that regard is granting DDOT the authority, if it deems appropriate and safe, to allow such activity, but DDOT is not required to do it. It's merely an authorization should they choose to do it. And finally, since we know infrastructure of our streets is vitally important to traffic safety, the bill includes a few provisions to enable DDOT to more quickly improve and make safety changes such as raised crosswalks and raised intersections. Specifically, it requires DDOT to update its design and engineering manual every 5 years, a timeline that the agency deems reasonable. And the bill requires DDOT to undertake an annual planning process on upgrading tactical or these temporary safety projects to more permanent ones and to upgrade bike lane designs. And I'll note that much of the final portion of the law was already funded in the 2023 budget. And at that, and I'd like to do this now if it's appropriate, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move a small, presumably friendly amendment to incorporate an applicability clause into the print of the bill. Due to timing of when the FIS for the bill was issued, the committee print did not include this language, and it specifies and makes clear that certain parts of the bill will be subject to appropriation. So I'd like to move that amendment at this time, and I hope it's friendly.
Councilmember Che, the amendment that you're proposing is the one that you circulated yesterday.
Yes, that's
and
correct.
It speaks to page 9, lines 201 to 210.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the applicability section, adding a new applicability section speaking to the bill being, part of the bill being subject to appropriations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The amendment is in order if there's no objection. Is there any objection from members? I'm not hearing any objection. Councilmember Silverman? Okay. Let's be clear. The amendment is in order if there's no objection, and I'm not hearing any objection. Therefore, the amendment is accepted. Are there questions from members?
I have a question.
Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much. Ms. Che, I actually have one quick question related to a provision in the legislation that I think also has a tie to the budget work that we did this spring. And that is one of the things that I have pushed on DDOT is around when we put in the temporary measures, so if we're creating a safety improvement at an intersection, for example, and we use plastic pylons, it has a tendency to just be there for years, rather than if it is working and making it safer, having DDOT make that type of conversion to a permanent place, which can also add green space as well as safer intersections. I believe this legislation says that DDOT has to create an annual plan and inventory for converting temporary infrastructure, then have an annual report to the council on previous year's conversions starting in 2024. Is your intention that you help line that up with some of the budget investments that are in this coming fiscal year so that that type of inventory aligns with, I believe it was $8 or $10 million that was put into the capital budget to make some of those temporary changes permanent?
Councilmember Allen, yes, it does align. As you'll recall, we got $5 million annually for that type of work. So we're hoping that with the money and the direction from the council, these temporary measures will become permanent.
Great. I appreciate that. I think it's a smart way to help align the budget with the work here to make sure we get this done. Thank you.
Further questions from members?
Yes, Chairman. Thank you.
Triani?
Yes, I guess I wanted to know, was this happening unilaterally between all intersections in Washington, D.C.? My first question, and I guess my second question is, I've noticed that DDOT in Ward 8 has pretty much taken out a lot of the right-hand lanes, which causing a lot of bottlenecking early in the morning when traveling to school as a safety measure to keep traffic speeding down. But I also noticed that when cars have to turn left in that intersection, it pushes the cars all the way back and it's hard to get to the light in small intersections. So I can imagine what's going to happen across the city. I do support safer roads, but I know they've been doing a lot of studies as relates to these intersections. Have we seen anything from DDOT that reflects this is the solution or one of the solutions to decrease traffic fatalities and accidents in the District of Columbia?
Councilmember White, as to those particular actions, first of all, this legislation doesn't address them. And if DDOT is doing something which is unsafe, then we should call them to account on it. I'm going to have to assume that they study these matters before they put them in place, but this bill doesn't deal with those measures that you're referring to.
Yes, but this bill impacts those measures and it all has to go together in a system or a plan. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I hope it is all coordinated and comprehensive, but the only thing I can say is that as they look at intersections, they're looking at intersections presumably for many purposes. But one purpose that they've been looking at intersections for is for the right on red. And they've looked at hundreds of them. And in all of the cases, as I said, except for where pedestrians cannot access that intersection, they have found that it's unsafe to make the right on red. And so they're going to prohibit that. Now that's the intersections that they've looked at. They haven't looked comprehensively yet, although they're working their way through it, at all of the intersections across the district. But I'm sorry, but I cannot answer your question about lanes and other changes that they may be making at the intersections.
Mr.
Chairman.
Were you done, Councilmember White?
I guess for point of clarity, I just want to know, is this legislation universal for all intersections with traffic lights for no right turns on red?
It will be, but what it requires is that DDOT look at all of the intersections. It will decide whether there are intersections where it's okay to make a right on red. And then you'll be able to make the right on red at those intersections, and there will be a sign. It's going to be flipped. Right now, as you know, you go to an intersection, it's a red light, and you can make a right on red unless the sign says you can't. In 2 years' time, as this rolls out, and we have our education campaign and all the rest of it, when you come to a red light, you cannot make the right on red unless the sign says that you can. So we're going to flip it. And ultimately, they will look at all intersections. So it's not quite accurate to say you're not going to be able to make a right on red at any traffic light. But I suspect that at most, given what they've already found with the hundreds that they've looked at, none where pedestrians are using the intersection, none have been safe enough to make a right on red. Whether that carries through all of the intersections in the district, I can't say. But I imagine that there'll be many, many more where you won't be able to make a right on red. But I can't, nor can I say that there won't be any. It has to await DDOT's evaluation.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Bonds?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councilmember Shea. I'm very happy that we are attempting to make as many intersections as possible safer. And particularly, I'm happy that it can happen sooner as opposed to later, even if it means that we will no longer have cars idling, or that they will be idling and spilling their carbon into the atmosphere. But that's another side to these situations. My concern is—
Are you asking a question or are you
I
debating?
am asking a question. My concern is how we are coupling the issue of the vehicular traffic with the bikes and scooters. And I have a real concern if we are saying that once this law is in place, that those who are on those mobile freestanding vehicles of sort will be able to continue into the intersection and through the intersection. I really think that this bill needs to be in two parts. One that deals with vehicular traffic and the changes in the roadway, and another that would deal with how you, as someone on a scooter or a bike, can address your needs as you go into the intersection. So I wondered if that had been given thought.
Councilmember Bonds, of course, we give everything thought. As we do this, we look at things comprehensively. And I would just say, with respect to this, again, this is not an invitation to scooters or cyclists to, as that expression is, blow through stop signs. They have to proceed in a way that yields to other road users, including pedestrians and drivers who are already lawfully in the intersection. What it does is allow those bikes and scooters to maintain their momentum at a slow, safe, careful speed through the stop sign. And people, if they just reflect on their own driving around the district, when this happens, and it does already happen, what happens is these users are able to get out in front of the cars, and the cars then can see them. And it's safer for the user to be able to get out in front like that. And so, as I said, we have seen situations where in other jurisdictions where this stop as a yield sign has produced material safety benefits. And again, I'll use Delaware. After they've had it in place for 2 years, the collisions, the injuries at intersections between automobiles and these other users dropped 23%. And it's precisely because it's a safer practice to allow those vulnerable users to get out in front, allow the car driver, who will now understand that the cyclist will be getting out in front, to be able to see that person and drive safely as a result. I don't know whether that answers your question, but it was the best I could do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilmember Jay, in regard to a couple of questions that have come up, is probably in the committee report, but if now or soon in the future, if there might be something that you or your staff could share with the council to help illuminate this issue, I think it would be helpful because this is an issue that is we're sort of not getting better at, we're getting worse. We are seeing an increase in the number of people losing their lives and injured on our streets as transportation patterns change. And it's something that we have to take very seriously. I think we can't expect that the way that we operated yesterday is going to work for where the city is moving. And I don't think any of us want to see people losing their lives or injured. I would note that most of us know, I think the youngest person to lose their life, I think last year was 4 years old. The oldest person was 90. So we have to come to terms with the fact that our city is changing in terms of commuting practices. And that's going to force us to make some changes as well. They will be difficult. I think they are necessary. I think this is a step in the right direction, but there are more steps required. And I think that we have to be ready to contend with that. But sort of if there's some information that you have or your staff has that you could share that would help illuminate this idea for where we are and where we're going, Councilmember Jay, would that be possible?
Councilmember White, yes, it would be possible. And I want to note, though, that you make an excellent point, because as we've ramped up, for example, bike usage over the last 10 years from 1% to 5%, and as we take further steps to make people feel more comfortable to use bikes, and as there's a greater proliferation, for example, of electric bikes and things of that sort, it's going to be all the more important that we put in place rules of the road that protect the users. But in terms of this bill, I believe we circulated a fact sheet, and we also had the committee report and that sort of thing. But I take it that what you're asking is, what are the next steps that we're thinking about? And so any information that the committee has, we'd be happy to share.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Janice Lewis-George.
Thank you. I have heard concerns from some Ward 4 residents about the Idaho stop policy change. They have concerns about poor visibility at many of our Ward 4's odd angles and intersections that can make it hard for bikers to fully assess the danger. And I've seen the data on how and why treating stop signs as yields can be safer for bikers. And so that's why I've been sort of supportive of formalizing what is already, I guess, common practice. That said, I think this may be a change we want to phase in more slowly so that DDOT could potentially upgrade certain intersections from stop signs to traffic lights, or from two-way stops to four-way stops, which is always an issue of trying to get done to better prepare for traffic flow operation changes. Is that something your team or DDOT considered?
Well, I think you make an excellent point in response, in that we are, in a sense, codifying the practices that go on right now. And in that sense, we tell drivers that this is the practice. So the need to phase it in would kind of be redundant based upon what's already happening. And it also would, I think, complicate things even further. So I don't think there's any particular reason to, move this, in bits and pieces. I think that we understand how it works, how it's already working by default, and how we can then send that message that, yes, this is what is going to be happening. And for those of you who haven't paid attention, this is what's going to be happening. And the cyclists and the scooters who use it will be under an obligation to maintain a speed, not put others in danger, and to be able to see that they're crossing safely.
Anything further, Councilmember Lewis-George?
No, I just wondering, I guess the Idaho stop is the one part of the that is giving pause, I think, for some of the reasons that DDOT, even when we try to get four-way stop signs or stoplights at intersections, sort of engineers sort of say sometimes, or a lot of the times, I would at least say in our ward, they get denied. So I don't know that we are making anything safer with the Idaho stop. I guess that's really what I'm grappling with and trying to get some clarity on what in effect this piece of it would do in making our streets safer for everyone.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know if that was a question,
It was not.
but, okay.
But I
Then I
do
won't
have
answer.
several questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilmember McDuffie.
thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Che, and to my colleagues who asked questions already. I want to pick up and sort of dovetail on Councilmember Lewis George's questions about the Idaho stop. And I asked because just in reviewing the committee report, two things. I would love if you could characterize the executive's position on this bill, in particular on the Idaho stop. And then, in looking at the witness testimony, because I believe the hearing happened on multiple bills on the same day. The bill before us today, I think 673, had a number of people, well, let me be fair, about 25% or more who testified in opposition to it, which, I think kind of stands out because there are other bills that didn't have that kind of opposition. So I'm just trying to get a sense, if you could, Councilmember Che, if you could characterize the sorts of things that people raise concerns or would cause them to oppose Bill 673. I know some testified in opposition to the Idaho stop portion of Bill 24-673, but I would love to hear if you could characterize their concerns that they raise.
Well, I think people can look at the record themselves. There are a variety of things that people raise. Some people don't like cyclists. They don't like how they behave no matter what. That would be one thing. The bill as originally introduced had the red light portion of it that would allow cyclists to treat red lights like stop signs, which, as I said, that portion has been removed or essentially removed. And then, there's a notion which I don't think the data reflect that, people are going to blow through stop signs and, this hyperbole about it. What we do have, however, are other jurisdictions that have done this. And I've given you one example, let's say Delaware, where it's a marked decrease in the fatalities and injuries at intersections after this was introduced. And with respect to, for example, Ward 4, if Ward 4 wants more stop signs, fine, but that doesn't make Idaho stops unsafe. And I think this is an important safety measure as part of this constellation of things that we're trying to do to protect people on the roads.
Councilman Sherry, thanks for that. I want to note two things. When I said 25%, I was talking about the individuals who testified. WABA and Gregory Washington both submitted testimony with a list of a bunch of people who supported it. So I want to make sure that's reflected. But the last time I have, if you could just summarize the executive's position on 673, that was my original question.
Well, DDOT supports this, and yes, the executive supports this. And I'm asking, Chairman, if you could just indulge. I saw where they had raised some issues with certain aspects of 673. And I'm curious, Councilmember Che, if the changes that you made, and I appreciate you have made changes, if those changes have changed the executive's position on 673 as a result. Well, first of all, we work closely with DDOT to get to the version. The item that caused them anxiety, I'll put it that way, was the treating the red light as a stop sign. But as I said, we've gotten them, working with them, we've gotten them to a state where they are comfortable with implementing this as it has been changed.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. I do have several questions. Councilmember Che, in your response to Councilmember Trayon White, you said that the DDOT would be required to look at all intersections to determine if any of them would be safe or would improve safety with the right turn on red. I don't see that language in the print.
Well, maybe I'll express it more appropriately. DDOT is looking at all intersections, and they were doing this whether we passed this legislation or not.
Yes, but didn't you say that they would stop doing that? And didn't you say they were looking at all intersections with an eye toward prohibiting right turn on red? So what the bill says, the committee print says, is beginning January 1st, 2025, a motor vehicle operator shall not make a turn when facing a steady red traffic control signal unless DDOT has installed signage pursuant to section D. And subsection D says, DDOT may install signage at any intersection allowing motor vehicle operators to make a turn when facing a steady red traffic control signal only if DDOT determines that allowing a motor vehicle operator to make a turn when facing a steady red traffic control signal would improve safety, only if it would improve safety. But I don't see here where it says that DDOT is required to evaluate all intersections for this purpose.
That's because we've already required this review which they are now undertaking. But until this point, the review was to proceed to find out whether you could continue to make a right on red under our default approach. Now what we're saying is that continue with this review, which we required, and now the evaluation will be, as it in effect is, I guess, whether you should not be able to make a right on red. So.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but where is that required?
It's in the Vision Zero bill, not in this bill.
That requires, well, maybe rather than prolonging this, you could, after the meeting, give me that, because if they're required to evaluate whether to prohibit, I don't see how that automatically becomes required to evaluate whether to permit. I don't see that.
In the
And
Vision
certainly the
Zero
print
bill,
doesn't refer to that.
in the Vision, it's not in this bill. In the Vision Zero bill, we've required that they undertake an assessment of these intersections. They've been doing it for 2 years. And what they've concluded from the hundreds that they've already looked at.
That's not my
is that
question.
It's not in this bill, Mr. Chairman.
I'm getting a little
It's the Vision
frustrated
Zero
here
bill.
because you made a statement to Councilmember White that DDOT would be required to evaluate every intersection with regard to the default that this print requires. And you're now citing a law that was passed by the council several years ago when the default was different. And so I'm not seeing how DDOT would be required to study something under this law based on an earlier law. Let me go to my next question, because I'm happy if you could provide that explanation. How many cities prohibit right turn on red as a default? That is, not as a, yes, as a default. What you're proposing here, how many cities do that in the United States?
New York City is the only one we're aware of.
Has there, the committee report discusses that the right turn on red was permitted years ago for air quality purposes, I believe, as well as gas. Has there been any analysis of what the air quality effect would be?
Not that I know of. And in part, the answer to that is the main reason it was required was to save gasoline because.
Yeah, but that wasn't my question. I asked if there was an air quality analysis.
You know, I can answer in the way that I want, I presume. I'm not on trial here, and this is not cross-examination. I'm telling you something. You're saying it was done for 2 reasons, emissions and a gas saving. I'm telling you it was done primarily for gas saving, although emissions issues do arise. And the answer to your question, however, is no.
And finally, I think I've asked this question before in other contexts. Is there an analysis that's been done by DDOT that comprehensively looks at the accidents, motor vehicle accidents that have resulted in fatalities with pedestrians or bicyclists or injuries?
With what part of the bill, sir?
My question, I didn't ask what part of the bill. Has there been an analysis by DDOT of accidents resulting in death or injury to bicyclists or pedestrians? The analysis of the cause.
There have been many studies. I don't know which particular ones would be most relevant for your question.
Well, what's relevant to my question is we're trying to solve for accidents resulting in injury or death. We absolutely should try to solve for accidents resulting in injury or death. But I don't know that DDOT has ever analyzed the causes of accidents. So do you need more explanation of my question?
As I just said, they've done many studies. Whether there's one that particularly answers what you're asking, I don't know.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from council members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
It does as amended. The amendment adds applicability section to make certain portions subject to appropriations. It will comply with council rules when the amendment is accepted.
The amendment was accepted.
All right, then it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next item is Bill 24-615, the District Government Paid Leave Enhancement Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember Silverman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I introduced the District Government Paid Leave Enhancement Amendment Act with my at-large colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, on January 19th, 2022. We were joined, and thank you all, by all members of the council. The Labor Committee held a public hearing on March 2nd, 2022, and approved this measure unanimously, again, all 13, on July 13th, 2022. What does this do? This legislation would provide the public servants who work for district government with enhanced paid family and medical leave, emphasis on medical leave. Currently, our workforce has access to up to 8 weeks of parental leave or leave to care for a seriously ill family member. Under this bill, workers will be able to take up to 12 weeks of leave per year to care for a seriously ill family member or welcome a new child. The bill will also establish for the first time paid personal medical leave, as well as provide 2 weeks of prenatal leave. So this bill is necessary both to provide our workers with the leave time they need to care for themselves and their families, and also, frankly, to compete with the private sector, our own paid leave program in the private sector and the federal government. The district's private paid leave program, starting October 1, will offer 12 weeks of paid leave and 2 weeks of prenatal leave in each of those 3 categories: parental, family, and medical. The federal government, one of our big competitors in terms of hiring, offers 12 weeks of parental leave. So, if we're going to compete for talent and have a shot at some of the great workers in our city, we need to do this. The committee has already provided a portion of funding for this legislation. Because of that funding, starting in January 2023, our DC government employees will have access of up to 2 weeks of personal medical leave, I hope that the rest of the bill can be funded in next year's budget and look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, and the mayor on that. The January start, let me just quickly explain. We worked this out as a compromise with the administration to give time for IT upgrades in PeopleSoft. But if you need to take a medical leave in the quarter from October to December, you can get retroactive pay. One more thing, Mr. Chairman, if you could give me 30 more seconds.
Without objection.
Thank you. So I do want to focus on this. The bill also creates a new paid family and medical leave supplement bank, which will allow employees to access extra paid leave if the employee doesn't have enough paid time available for their own or a family member's serious condition. This will replace two existing banks and combines the best elements of each. So I ask for my colleagues' support. Thank you again, Councilmember Henderson, and Mr. Chairman, I ask for it to be placed on the agenda of the legislative meeting to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there questions?
Terrific.
Councilmember Henderson?
I guess my question is, will this be placed on a consent agenda, or is this the only opportunity for me to question, encourage a statement question to Councilmember Silverman?
I believe it's on the agenda for the consent agenda, and if you wish to debate it or discuss it or to make a statement, then you should take it off of consent. If you have a question, then now's the time to ask the question.
Okay. Councilmember Silverman, how long have we been working on this?
So Councilmember Henderson, that's a great question. My memory is not so good, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to answer that because I think you might know the answer, as well as speak to the bill a little bit in a question-like format.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. I'm really excited that we're finally getting to this point. We started working on this bill in 2021, even though we didn't introduce it until much later, because we wanted to work with the unions and workers and work with the executive, frankly, on the provisions around the leave bank to make it more streamlined and efficient. But we felt this was incredibly important to, one, provide some parity between what we're doing in the private sector paid leave space, but also to make the district a competitive employer as it pertains to the largest employer, one of the largest employers in DC, which is the federal government. And so I'm really excited that we're moving forward with this, particularly on the medical leave portion as well, to grant that opportunity to district employees for if they have a surgery or something to that effect, that they don't necessarily have to now go to the leave bank and essentially beg their colleagues for time off, but that they'll be able to take care of themselves and then return to work when they are ready. So thank you, Councilmember Silverman, for answering my question or allowing me that time.
Thank you for providing your own great answer.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions from members?
Is this, you said for questions only, Mr. Chairman?
Correct.
I don't know. I guess I could form it in the form of question. That to the question about how long we've been working on it, I would say back to, maybe it's a question for you, Mr. Chairman, because I don't know how many people were on the council at the time, but I believe it dates back to the Fair Leave Act of 2014. Maybe you'll recall, Mr. Chairman, working with Councilmember David Grosso and myself when we first introduced this and got it passed, and the work that happened in the committee to actually increase the amount of leave that was originally in the bill. And maybe then Mayor Gray might recall that we expanded it from the original bill from 6 weeks to 8 weeks. And so I look forward to enthusiastically supporting this and appreciate my colleagues' efforts on this. But I think it might actually date back to the Fair Leave Act of 2014, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Is there any further questions from members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next item is Bill 24-352, Players Lounge Tax Exemption Act of 2022. This was reported out of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, chaired by Councilmember Kenya McDuffie. Mr. McDuffie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill 24-352 was introduced on July 12th, 2021 by Ward 8 Councilmember Trayon White and referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development on July 13th, 2021. The committee held a public hearing on this bill on June 16th, 2022, and the committee marked up the bill on July 14th, 2022. If approved, the bill would provide a real property tax exemption for property in the Congress Heights neighborhood of Ward 8 located at 2737 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue Southeast. The property is owned by GST LLC, the operators of Georgina's Restaurant, which is affectionately known as Players Lounge. The Players Lounge is a minority-owned business that has operated since 1972. Members of the community that testified at the June hearing fondly referred to the restaurant as a neighborhood institution or the Ward 8 living room, and referred to its owners as prominent pillars of the Ward 8 community and of the District of Columbia, who constantly give back to the community. The legislation was introduced because the Players Lounge faces sizable financial setbacks due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The district's public health emergency and attendant restrictions prohibited the restaurant from operating its dining business and caused the owners to exhaust 2 insurance policies and use proceeds from a reverse mortgage in an attempt to keep the business afloat. The legislation would provide the subject property with both a retroactive and prospective tax exemption beginning on October 1st, 2019 and ending September 30th, 2026, so long as it's owned by GST LLC and operated as Georgina's Restaurant. And the council set aside approximately $80,000 in the FY23 budget for this abatement. With that, I ask the measure be placed on the consent agenda for the legislative meeting to follow.
Are there questions from members?
Can I make
As a
comment?
question?
No, not as a question.
This will be on non-consent, so there's an opportunity to discuss it.
Point of clarity, Chairman.
Yes, Mr. White.
The Safe Streets amendment bill from Che, was that on non-consent or consent agenda?
That's on consent.
Oh, I want to move to remove it from consent to non-consent agenda.
Okay. Madam General Counsel, is the measure, this is Players Lounge tax exemption, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
This measure will be placed on the non-consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. That's going to conclude the items for action at today's Committee of the Whole meeting. We will have an additional legislative meeting to follow immediately. Madam Secretary, how long do we need to set up, or should we take like a 15-minute break?
I would love it if you could take a 15-minute break. I think it makes sense.
All right. I do want to note that the next meeting after today is on October 4th, and that will be a regular meeting of the council. And there will probably be an additional Committee of the Whole meeting. The time is 2:13. We will begin the legislative meeting at 2:30. The time is 2:13, and this meeting is adjourned.
Good afternoon, members. We are about to get started. For those on Zoom, please turn your cameras on, and hopefully we have a quorum by combining the members on Zoom and the members in the chamber. Mr. Chairman, are we ready?
No.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Wait a minute, have we changed leadership of this council?
Madam Secretary, are we ready? Madam Secretary, are you still there?
I had to go get a cup of coffee, Mr. Chairman, because looks like we're going to be here for a while. Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are ready.
Excellent. I am calling to order this meeting. This is an additional meeting, legislative meeting of the Council of the District of Columbia. I am Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council. Today is Tuesday, September 20th, 2022. The time is 3:09 in the afternoon. This meeting is being conducted in person in the council chambers, room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building, with several members participating virtually. And this meeting is being broadcast to the public live via Zoom video conference broadcast platform, Council Channel 13. And I believe it's also streaming on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. We always begin our legislative meetings with a moment of silence. So if we could, members and those in the chamber, if you could respect a moment of silence, please. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll to determine whether we have a quorum?
Councilmember Allen,
Here.
Councilmember Bonds,
Here.
Councilmember Che,
Here.
Councilmember Gray,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Lewis George,
Here.
Councilmember McDuffie,
Here.
Chairman Mendelson,
Present.
Councilmember Nadeau,
Here.
Councilmember Pinto, Councilmember Pinto, Councilmember Silverman,
Present.
Councilmember Robert White,
Present.
Councilmember Trayon White.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, quorum.
I'm sorry, Madam Secretary, what did you just say?
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We have the consent agenda before us. I want to note that on page 4, item C9, Safer Streets, I believe Councilmember Trayon White asked that that be removed from the consent agenda. Are there any other changes to the consent agenda? Pause for a moment. Any other changes to the consent agenda? All right, the one item has been removed. We have the consent agenda before us. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? The vote is on the consent agenda.
Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. And Councilmember Pinto. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
The consent agenda is approved unanimously. We'll turn to, on page 4, item 9, Safer Streets Amendment Act of 2022, Bill 24-673. Councilmember Che.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a discussion about this earlier, but if I could pull things together. There are several parts to this bill. One is to allow for the part of the Idaho stop that allows cyclists and scooters to treat a stop sign, to pass through a stop sign safely and get out in front of drivers. 9 states already do this. There's considerable evidence that it enhances safety for users of the roads. So that's one. The part about going through a red light, or using a red light rather, as a stop sign has been effectively removed. And the third part is to make some changes in infrastructure in terms of what DDOT does to allow them to more quickly install safety projects and to adopt an upgrading of their tactical systems and specifically requiring their design and engineering manual up to date every 5 years. Now, in terms of the discussion we had this morning, I want to respond to a couple of things in case the way it proceeded, I may have created confusion, or others may have also as well. Now, in terms of the no turn on red, DDOT has already evaluated hundreds of intersections. And in that evaluation, they have said that no turn on red is safer and preferable. And so that's what they're doing with the ones that they've already looked at. In terms of other ones, there is a requirement in Vision Zero for DDOT to look at at intersections where there have been crashes, but not all intersections. So I have to clarify that. However, DDOT itself is looking at all, or says it's looking at all intersections. And the way this bill will operate is in 2025, the default rule will be no turn on red unless DDOT has evaluated an intersection, said it's okay to do that, and put up signage. And there were questions about, I think Chairman asked about the environmental impact, the idling impact, whether there was some analysis done on that. There was little analysis of the environmental impact when these turns on red were allowed, and no analysis showing that it helped to reduce emissions. And its relevance is even more marginal now with EVs and hybrids. And so that's the best I can do on that one. Councilmember Louis George asked about Ward 4 intersections that have poor visibility. And yes, of course, DDOT should absolutely deal with those. This law only allows riders to proceed when it's safe anyway. So I don't think that enhances danger. Councilmember Trayon White asked about infrastructure changes, considering the change. And yes, of course, DDOT will base infrastructure decisions based on actual traffic laws. And so if this is a calculation they need to add to their analysis, I assume they will do so. And then I think that may have been about it. So that's the best I can do. And Mr. Chairman, you had asked for some information, which I believe my staff has sent you. So I would move the bill.
I think you just said, and you moved the bill?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification, Councilmember. Is there discussion on the bill? Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Councilmember Che, for your work and leadership on this important bill. After speaking with dozens of DC residents about the Safer Streets Amendment Act of 2022 and reviewing the research that has been done in other jurisdictions where these changes have already been made, I am supporting this bill today. On a Ward 2 bike ride I held last year, one of the most repeated requests I received from cyclists was supporting changes to our no turn on red and the implementation of the Idaho stop. We have made a commitment as a city to eliminate traffic violence on our streets, yet district residents continue to lose their lives. This bill makes 2 common sense changes to our traffic laws that will save lives. First, by permitting Idaho stops, the data shows that cyclists experience less exposure to dangerous vehicles in our intersections. Several states have already implemented this reform and have seen truly dramatic drops in cyclist injuries from traffic crashes. This bill also changes the standard for right turn on red to only allowing the practice when DDOT determines it is safe. We know that crashes caused by vehicles turning right on red disproportionately harm our most vulnerable road users. I do know that some residents are frustrated by changes to our roadways, and we have to be mindful of the many modes of transportation that residents use and continue our education so that we can all be on the same page. I am tired, though, of losing neighbors to traffic violence, and today I'm looking forward to supporting 2 evidence-based reforms that will make our streets safer for everyone. So thank you very much again, Councilmember Che, for your leadership.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Silverman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I too will be supporting this bill today. Look, making our streets safer is on the minds of everyone, bikers, drivers, walkers, everyone. It's a priority for our residents. The committee report noted that at least 15 ANCs approved resolutions. I think it was in support of several bills that were rolled into this one today, but that's significant. And as the committee report says, and our transportation committee chair emphasized at the committee of the whole meeting, what is proposed, and actually the Ward 2 council member said it too, what is proposed has been shown in other states to lead to safer streets. But look, some of these policy decisions require changes in our behavior, every one of us. And that's going to take time and adjustment. So I want to add my thanks to Councilmember Che and to the committee for diligent work on this bill. We've talked about the most noteworthy and attention-grabbing parts of the bill, banning right turn on red and allowing bikes to treat stop signs as a yield when traffic conditions are appropriate. Chairman Mendelson, you may note in the committee of the whole that banning rights on red was actually the law nationwide, if I understand the committee report correctly, until the gas crisis in the 70s. And I think apparently, at least in Europe, it still is the law as well. So it's clear the committee was thoughtful. As the Ward 3 council member said, or the committee chair said, there were some careful compromises crafted on these 2 issues. So here's the thing. The one big factor is we need to make sure that the literal rules of the road will be clear moving forward to everyone. That's always our challenge in district government. Communicating policy and programs to our residents is our biggest challenge. We've had a pretty thorough discussion of the banning right on red, except when DDOT proactively determines blah, 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 but it's confusing. I think even our discussion at the CAL demonstrated that it's confusing. So that's what we don't want, is confusion. And I know this won't go into effect, as the Ward 3 council member said, until 2025. And that's to give DDOT enough time to put up signs and create an education campaign. We have to do this right. We have to do this right. This can't be just some write-off of $300,000 or whatever is budgeted. We got to do a real education campaign, make sure the rules of the road are clear to everyone. So thank you again, Councilmember Che, for your diligent work, and I will be voting for this bill.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Further discussion, Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank my colleague in the Transportation Environment Committee as well, who supported this coming out. I did want to note, Councilmember Che kept saying the Ward 4 part, and I wanted to speak on that because we always have a number of non-four-way stops in our ward, particularly where we have stop signs on one side of the street, but not on the other side of the street. That is persistent in all of my neighborhoods. And when we request four-way stops, engineering from DDOT continuously denies the request. Or you have intersections in our ward like Arkansas and Iowa, Arkansas and Fairgate, where I've asked for red lights, I've asked for actually stop lights to be placed there, and DDOT engineers have denied it. So I'm saying if we're moving forward with this Safer Streets, which I have supported in committee and I am supporting today, which I think is necessary, that we also start supporting myself and commissioners when we make requests for four-way stops and when we make requests for stoplights as well. We have to be consistent across the board. We have to be serious across the board. And we know infrastructure plays a huge part in that. So Councilmember Che, when I was asking you that request, it was not faced towards you, but faced towards DDOT. And when we make these decisions on other things like Idaho stops and moving forward with these things, we also need to make better decisions when we request more four-way stop signs and more stoplights at intersections. Thank you again to you and your team. I will be supporting this measure. I look forward to concurring working with you and DDOT to make our streets safer for everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank Councilmember Che and her team for their work on the bill. As I mentioned earlier, it is so important as the commuting habits of our communities change, seeing an increasing number of people using bicycles and scooters. These are commuters who are more vulnerable than folks in cars, and we are losing more lives. We lost 40 lives last year, including a 4-year-old child and a 90-year-old adult. That's not the direction we need to be moving, which means we have to take a new look at what our laws look like. As I mentioned earlier, this bill makes some important steps, but these aren't the last steps that we have to make either to address patterns and practices of driving, but also to address behavior and infrastructure. So we have several other steps that we have to take to keep people safe. But I do support these steps, and I think they're steps in the right direction for the future commuting habits of our city. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. There's no further discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Who's asking to be recognized?
Me.
Councilmember Gray.
That's great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask Councilmember Che so I can be clear. And that is that all the confusion that existed over a period of years in the District of Columbia with respect to right turn on red, will that all be eliminated as we go forward in the future and whatever that will be implemented? Can you tell me when that will be, Councilmember Che?
Well, in 2025, the rule will be that there's no right turn on red. And of course, no left turn on red, but no right turn on red.
Right.
Unless DDOT has evaluated the intersection, found it to be safe, and then put signage allowing that. Otherwise, the rule will be 2025, you can't turn right on red. And unless it's permitted and shown to be permitted, you can't do it. So I think that'll be pretty straightforward.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Che. I appreciate it because this has been extremely confusing in the city for a long time. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I'm happy to support the bill at this stage and the work that you've done, the work that you've done on it.
If there's no further
Mr. Chairman.
discussion, who's asking to be recognized? Mr. Allen?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This morning, there were 3 kids on their way to school, 3 siblings who were struck by a driver at Alabama Avenue and 15th Place Southeast. All 3 sent to the hospital, serious injuries. I don't think I saw that in the news or screaming across Twitter, but it's sadly all too common in our city. And what I think at the heart of what this legislation is trying to do is trying to figure out how do we, through our laws and through our actions, decide who it is we're going to prioritize. I think that the section of the law that's probably getting the most debate, obviously about right on red, it flips the presumption. And that's a good thing. It flips the presumption to say, let's focus on the safer straight. And then if DDOT does take a look and say this might be a space where right on red makes sense, then it could allow that. When we tried to pass the Vision Zero law 2 years ago, we wanted this to be a part of it, but it wasn't there. So I am grateful, Ms. Che, that it is included this time. But flipping the presumption is a big part of what we're trying to do. There's 3 main pieces of how we improve safety on our roads. That's going to be through the design of our roads to make them safer for no matter how you are using them to get around, whether you are driving a car, walking to school, riding the bus, riding a bike, prioritizing that. The behavior of the people using the roads, and that is both for the person behind a wheel as to a person pushing two pedals, and the enforcement that has to go with it. So we as a community have clear what our expectations are and we understand the enforcement that goes with that. This legislation, I think, goes a very long way, but it also helps, again, flip that presumption. I tried a couple of years ago when I heard one of my colleagues talking about getting stop signs. I think in a residential neighborhood, every intersection should start with a presumption that it is a four-way stop. And if there's a reason why it shouldn't be, then maybe you can make the argument. We weren't able to get that through, but at least within the Vision Zero law that we passed 2 years ago, we made it where when a community asks to convert it to a safer intersection, it is much more likely going to be done. But we're not where we need to be yet, but this law goes a good way in doing that. I do think a great issue has been raised, which is as we change our laws and as we make these efforts, how do we make sure that people can keep up with changes? Again, something that we tried 2 years ago that didn't make it was that every decade, every 10 years, when you renew your license, you just have to do a quick online test, not the driving test, because that might freak some people out. Just the online test to be able to be up to date on what the new rules are. That was a bridge too far, apparently, so that's not in there. I would say if my colleagues are feeling like we are concerned about that kind of education, if I just have 10 more seconds, Mr. Chair.
If there's no objection.
If we are concerned about that, perhaps between now and second reading, we can look at something like that. But I think making sure we're helping educate all the users of our roadways is going to be an important part of this. And perhaps that's one more tool we can be considering. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm looking forward to supporting this today.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I was going to refrain from speaking, having asked questions at the committee of the whole, but there's been several statements made that need clarification. The language in the print, nowhere in the language in the print does it suggest a DDOT can look at an intersection and say, if it's okay, then there will be right turn on red. I read this earlier. This is what the language says. It says, beginning January 1st, 2025, a motor vehicle operator shall not make a turn when facing a steady red traffic control signal unless DDOT has installed signage pursuant to subsection D. And subsection D says, DDOT may install signage only if DDOT A determines that allowing a motor vehicle operator to make a turn when facing a steady red traffic control signal at the intersection would improve safety at that intersection. I repeat, would improve safety at that intersection. So it's not if it's okay. It's not if it won't cause any problem. It's not if we think that there will not be accidents or injuries. It is would improve safety at that intersection. I can't think of any instance where allowing a turn improves safety. So basically, this print very artfully disallows what it seemingly allows, but doesn't allow. It won't happen. Now, my concern is that we are going to be the second jurisdiction in the country that prohibits right turn on red as a default, as a matter. And that may be okay, except I have never seen an analysis of all of the accidents that have occurred in the city where people have died or been seriously injured. I've never seen that analysis. So DDOT maybe analyzes each individual accident, but I haven't seen where they say, you know, the problem at this intersection is, or the problem with citywide is. And so what we're doing is we're finding solutions that make it more difficult to drive. And it may be okay to make it more difficult to drive if that actually reduces fatalities or injuries. But I haven't seen that analysis, and that analysis is not in the report. Now, I'm getting a little exercised here, not because I plan on voting against the bill today, because I'm not prepared to vote against the bill today. But these statements that have been made repeatedly that the bill allows DDOT to permit right turn on red is simply inaccurate. The language is crafted in such a crafty way that right turns on red will be prohibited across the city. And we can go there, but if the goal is to reduce accidents, and I think that's what the goal should be, let's see the evidence. Let's know that this is actually going to do that, because we've been doing thing after thing after thing. And we're getting more accidents, more fatalities in this city. We're going the wrong way, as somebody said earlier. And that's what concerns me. I saw one hand, and then we'll go to a vote. Councilmember Henderson?
Well, I have my hand up too.
Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't know if I was necessarily going to speak on this because my inbox, my voicemails, my DMs, my tweets have been inundated of people saying we are being too harsh on drivers for a variety of reasons due to just a bill introduction yesterday, not a vote that we're taking today. But I do want to echo something that Councilmember Silverman said around communication, because a lot of this comes down to enforcement. We can say all day long, you can't turn right on red, and whether or not people do that and continue to do that practice, are we going to save lives? There is a intersection that I go through daily on 13th Street and Kansas, where it very clearly says no right on red. There's even a turn arrow that's red that people blow through all the time. And unfortunately, there's too many near misses in terms of individuals who are crossing, families, workers, seniors, et cetera. And so, Councilmember Che, I know you won't be here with us at the council as we go into the enforcement period here, but I want to make a commitment to you that we will keep up the oversight with DDOT to make sure that the education campaign is thorough and that they follow through on their commitment here. Because again, unless everybody understands what the laws are and everybody is willing to actually follow the law, then we're not going to be able to reduce the number of fatalities and hits and accidents that we have here. Thank you.
Councilmember Che for 2 minutes.
Yes, a couple of things. One, you say that, there's nothing to show that the right turn on red prohibitions would have effects on safety. I would just point out that DDOT itself has looked at hundreds of intersections so far, and except for those where there are no pedestrians having access, it has found in every one that safety is benefited by not permitting right turn on red. So the experts who do this, not me, not you, looked at that, and that was their conclusion. So I think that's a pretty good indication. And then I want to sort of object to the fact that you have said that the committee is intentionally being obscure and crafty in how it's putting this together. DDOT can look at intersections. They can decide whether you can make a right turn on red, and they'll have to put up signage. But if the pattern is, as it's been thus far, that DDOT will look at these and find that safety is enhanced by not allowing it, we may wind up, in fact, with intersections with no right turn on red, and few, if any, where you're allowed to do it. But I would imagine you, Mr. Chairman, would have a kind of a fit if we suggested that what you were doing was crafty, obscure, and sneaky. That was not anything that we were doing, and I think your comments are objectionable. Thank you.
There's no further discussion. We have the bill before us. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? The vote is on Bill 24-673.
Councilmember Nadeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto?
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman?
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White?
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White?
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che?
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie?
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson?
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The bill is approved first reading unanimously. We will turn to page if there's no objection, or maybe if there is, I'm going to move to reconsider the consent agenda because not all the members were present. I'm assuming all are present now. Not all the members were present when we had the vote on the consent agenda. And if it's okay with the secretary, since the roll call was 12-0, if we do this vote by voice vote. So the motion, if there's no objection, I move to reconsider the consent agenda. There's no objection, it's reconsidered. Hearing no objection. I move the consent agenda. That one item has been taken off. We've dealt with that one item. Can't be discussion on the consent agenda. By voice vote, all those in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes? Consent agenda is approved unanimously. We'll turn now to the non-consent agenda. The first item is Bill 24-77. That's me. I have to get my papers. Bill 24-77, the District of Columbia Public Schools, what's now called the DCPS Digital Equity Act of 2022. So moved the bill. Yesterday, I circulated an amendment. The amendment makes a couple of changes, clarifies some language that instead of the DCPS having a process that includes an advisory committee, it has a process that incorporates feedback from an advisory committee. And there's also a change in the language with regard to the DC auditor's review. This language was requested by the auditor, although I think we made some slight tweaks to that language. So I move this amendment. If there's no objection, the amendment will be accepted. The amendment was circulated yesterday. It's linked to the agenda. If there's no objection, it's accepted. The amendment is accepted. We have the bill as amended. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
I look down, now I'm looking up. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and your staff for moving this bill forward. I think we were really shocked and frustrated a couple of years ago during the pandemic when I remember asking multiple times, and DCPS insisted that they did not need any additional funds to provide equitable access to devices and internet services for their students. And then we saw how the rollout went, and it left a lot of students behind. A lot without reliable access to online learning. This bill will require DCPS to have a real plan in place to ensure that all kids have equitable access to digital learning opportunities, which will only become more and more prevalent parts of students' school experience. I know we all look forward to partnering with DCPS to make sure that we get that right, scrutinizing the plan, but then ensuring that DCPS has the resources that it needs and the support that it needs to carry out an equitable plan. And I think that this legislation will really pair well with legislation that I had introduced, and I believe that Councilor Robert White will be moving forward from his committee soon, that ensures all households will now have equitable access to affordable, reliable, fast internet service. So those two things will go very well together. I want to thank the advocates who worked really hard to make this bill a reality, and particularly Grace Hu, an incredible advocate for the Amadon Bowen Elementary School community in Ward 6 and for all students in the district, and enthusiastically am supporting this, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman, for moving this bill and amendments today. As you may recall, the DCPS Digital Equity Act of 2022 is the first bill I introduced after becoming a council member last year. I work closely with the group Digital Equity in DC, an all-volunteer group of public school moms, to draft the original version, and believe the bill and amendments before us today retain much of their original vision. I'm particularly glad we just passed the amendment to strengthen language around the work of the Community Advisory Committee and getting their feedback into the final draft of the plan. I'm confident that the plan will be much better with the input from both inside and outside experts on the use of technology in DCPS. Thank you again to you and your staff for your work to help improve this bill before its second vote today, and look forward to voting for it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just have a question about this bill. I want to understand what is the condition of the access to the internet as it relates to situations that many young people encounter if they live in what I call the out areas of our downtown area. Like, for instance, in parts of Ward 7, where I've witnessed that there's very limited internet access. Will that be a factor in us moving this bill forward?
Councilmember Bonds, I think I'm going to answer you this way. If you ask DCPS with regard to the DC public school system, or you ask the deputy mayor for education, they would say that digital access is pretty good. What we hear repeatedly from parents around the city, and I don't want to suggest hundreds or thousands, but from a fair number of parents around the city, is that there are problems with digital access, and that access could be not enough laptops in the classroom, or take-home laptops where the access to the internet is limited, or that I want to say limited or spotty. I just got a report a couple weeks ago that Jackson Reed High School got new smart boards 2 days before the start of school, and they will be installed by December. I'm illustrating access at home. I'm illustrating access in the classroom. I'm illustrating it's not just laptops, it's smart boards. And it's pretty clear that even though in the past DCPS has said they have a plan and they know what they're doing, that there hasn't been enough of a plan. I do think we had a hearing. No, maybe it was a meeting that I had with some of the advocates. Grace Hu, for example, was in the meeting where DCPS is actually beginning to work with an advisory group. So some of what we have in this bill, they're starting to do. But I would say that what we want is not what has been achieved.
All right, and so does this mean that with these devices, there will be, there's a little gizmo called a hotspot. Will they be getting the hotspot as well?
Well,
Because
not
that's-
necessarily, maybe,
that's
but
helpful.
this bill is about requiring a plan and a continuous planning.
Well, we need to put that in the
Yes.
plan until we
Yes.
get internet across the city. Yeah,
And that's what this bill requires.
all righty. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anything further on the bill? Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? The vote is on Bill 24-77 as amended.
Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman
Yes.
votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The bill as amended is approved unanimously. The next item on the agenda is Bill 24-352. Players Lounge Tax Exemption Act of 2022. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I gave a lengthy statement about this during the COW, so I'm going to make my remarks brief here. But Bill 24-352 was introduced on July 12, 2021 by Councilmember Trayon White, referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development on July 13th, 2021, and the Committee on Business and Economic Development held a hearing on the measure on June 16th, 2022, and a markup on July 14, 2022. If approved, the bill will provide a real property tax exemption for the property in Congress Heights neighborhood of Ward 8, located at 2737 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. The legislation would provide the subject property with both a retroactive and prospective tax exemption beginning on October 1st, 2019 and ending September 30th, 2026, so long as it's owned by GST LLC and operated as Georgina's Restaurant. The council previously set aside approximately $80,000 in the fiscal year 2023 budget for this abatement. With that, I would ask for support for this measure and move it.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. We have the bill before us.
Chairman.
This discussion. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, also Councilmember Kay McDuffie. I want to keep my comments brief. This legislation coincides with our 50th anniversary of Players Lounge. And I'd like to congratulate and thank them for all they've done in the community, not just for serving food, but being a hub where people can come and fellowship. They've also been able to give back and provide services to homeless families and to schools and events free of charge. They've also participated in a number of events that have decreased the hunger in our community. Their operational strain that has been put on restaurants during this pandemic has been enormous, not just for them, but across many small establishments like them across the city. And this tax abatement will help provide relief to one of the only sit-down establishments in Ward 8, and it's east of the river for that matter, to provide quality of food at affordable prices. I want to thank you, Councilman McDuffie and Chairman Mendelson and my colleagues who have worked with me to support this measure. I'm grateful that we will be supporting an institution that has supported Ward 8 families for decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Trayon White and Councilmember McDuffie for their work on this important bill. Players Lounge or Georgina's is one of my favorite places in the city. The food is incredible. The pour is heavy, and there are always community members inside, and certainly one of the best jukeboxes in the city as well. What's particularly important here is that the Players Lounge has been around, as Councilmember Trayon White said, for 50 years. It was here before the St. Elizabeth's development. It was here during the St. Elizabeth's development. We need to make sure that they are here after the St. Elizabeth's development because this key community hub and business is one that deserves to continue to stand in the neighborhood that is changing like much of the district. So I look forward to supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further discussion? The vote is on Bill 24-352. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Silverman?
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White?
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White?
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George?
Yes.
Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie?
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson?
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes, and Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Member Pinto votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is approved. First reading unanimously. We now have 20 emergencies before us. The first is Ghost Gun Clarification Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Since I'm first up, I'll try to keep it quick. Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. The Omnibus Public Safety and Justice Amendment Act of 2020 banned the possession, sale, and transfer of ghost guns, firearms that are undetectable because they don't contain a sufficient quantity of metal, and firearms that are untraceable because they lack a serial number. These weapons have become increasingly prevalent in recent years, thwarting law enforcement and making our city less safe. Last November, in response to a legal challenge to the ghost gun ban, the council approved emergency and temporary legislation that clarified the prohibition does not apply to self-manufactured firearms that were made for personal use and that have a unique serial number. The second round of emergency and temporary legislation preserves those clarifications until the permanent legislation is marked up in the committee in a few weeks later this fall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move the declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there discussion on the declaration? Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? The vote is on the declaration for the Ghost Gun Clarification Emergency.
Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
No.
Councilmember Pinto votes no. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is, the declaration is approved. We have the bill 24-961. Councilmember Allen,
So move, Mr. Chair.
is there discussion? Because the declaration was approved 12 to 1, I think we can do a voice vote on the bill. All those in favor of the Ghost Gun Clarification Emergency Amendment Act of 2022, say aye.
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 Are there any no votes?
Please record me as voting no, Mr. Chairman.
The bill is approved. The next bill is, well, the next emergency is Battery Stewardship Program Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022, PR 24-911. Councilmember Che.
Today, I'm moving the Battery Stewardship Program Emergency Act and Declaration Resolution of 2022. The Sustainable Solid Waste Management Amendment Act of 2014 required battery stewardship organizations to submit proposed battery stewardship plans to DOEE by January 1, 2022. This is part of an effort we've been making with respect to various commodities and so on to have manufacturers take back their products. And this particular one is for batteries, but we have it for paints and other commodities. This particular requirement was funded in the fiscal 2022 budget, and therefore it became effective about a year ago on October 1, 2021. Thus, the January 2022 deadline would have given the battery stewardship organizations just 3 months to develop their proposed battery plans, stewardship plans for submission to DOEE, which was far too little time, especially given DOE had yet to issue regulations instructing battery stewardship organizations on what to include in those proposed plans. Thus, last December, the council passed an earlier version of the emergency legislation that extended the deadline for submission of the stewardship plans to January 1, 2023. That earlier emergency legislation will expire on October 26, 2022. And I'm moving this legislation today to prevent a gap in the law. And I want to note for members, however, that this emergency includes a number of amendments not included in the prior emergency legislation. They were brought to my attention by DOEE, the agency that's implementing the program. They don't make any substantive changes to the stewardship program. Rather, they're technical edits and clarifications to the law to better allow DOE to implement the program and to provide greater clarity to the covered manufacturers on how to comply with the law. I'll note I introduced a permanent bill with these very same amendments last Friday. However, with the manufacturer stewardship plans due to DOEE this January, we can't wait for that permanent bill to become law to adopt this language. So it's at this time that I'm moving this emergency declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. We have the declaration before us. Is there discussion? Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? The vote is on PR 24-911.
Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Gray. Sorry, Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. And Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-965. Councilmember Che.
I so move.
Is there discussion? Since the declaration was approved unanimously, I think we can dispose of this by a voice vote. On the Battery Stewardship Program Emergency Amendment Act, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The bill is approved unanimously. The next measure is PR 24-917, Post-Public Health Emergency Protections Extension Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022. Councilmember Che.
I'm moving this Post-Public Health Emergency Protections Extension Emergency Act and Declaration Resolution of 2022. Last October, the council approved very similar legislation which extended certain protections, benefits, and agency authority after the end of the public health emergency. That legislation will expire next month. Thus, I'm moving this emergency legislation to ensure that certain language does not expire, but I will note this emergency does strike some language from the October 21 version related to programs no longer in effect, such as Stay DC, making those provisions moot. Specifically, the legislation will do the following. First, it extends the requirement that condominium unit owners associations, co-op boards, and any association committees provide an option for members to participate remotely, including to vote, regardless of their bylaws. Next, the legislation would extend the ability of entities subject to the district's Open Meetings Act to offer remote meetings through the end of 2023. The legislation provides that the Department of Public Works will continue, it gives the Department of Public Works continued authority to administer virtual composting trainings. And finally, with respect to third-party food delivery platforms, the emergency legislation would extend both the 5% and 15% commission fee cap while allowing third-party delivery platforms to charge additional fees for advertising and special promotions. I want to note that the Committee on Business and Economic Development is considering a permanent bill related to the regulation of third-party delivery platforms and is holding a hearing on that bill tomorrow morning. So folks who may want to testify on that can testify at that hearing. I move the emergency declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Councilmember McDuffie, I saw you shaking your head. Did you want to clarify something?
Yeah, just to clarify, that was what we discussed at breakfast this morning. There is no hearing on that bill tomorrow morning. It was originally scheduled for the same date in which you, Chairman Mendelson, are holding a hearing requiring DCRA's attendance about a major effort of the agency. And so we're rescheduling that hearing, at which time anyone who wants to testify about the bill and third-party platforms can testify specifically about the contents of the bill or about the contents of CAPS if they so choose.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the declaration that's before us? The vote will be on the post-public health emergency protections extension emergency declaration. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-975. Councilmember Che.
So move.
Discussion. The vote will be on Bill 24-975. By voice vote, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The bill is approved unanimously. The next measure is PR 24-905. Inspector General Oversight Consistency Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This emergency legislation mirrors prior emergency and temporary legislation that's set to expire on October 7th, 2022. The language of the emergency declaration and act has only been updated to reflect the changed date and need for renewed emergency and temporary. For consistency, the rest of the language is the same as when we passed it last time. As I noted when we passed these bills earlier, this legislation ensures that the Inspector General can continue his investigations of the DC Housing Authority. We need to continue that authorization as investigations are ongoing. Before we passed the prior emergency and temporary bills, the OIG had the authority to initiate audits and investigations of all district government agencies other than the council and the courts, including all independent agencies, with the exception of the Housing Authority. This issue came up after the Inspector General let members of the Housing Committee know that there needed to be an investigation of the Housing Authority, but couldn't move forward without the council's request. Ultimately, last year, the Housing Committee sent a series of letters requesting that the OIG conduct that investigation. I want to thank Councilmember Bonds and my Housing Committee colleagues for their assistance at that time in requesting the IG's help. The IG wrote to us late last year explaining how the need for a council request of an investigation presented his office with an inherent conflict with their statutory requirement to conduct independent investigations. So we moved the emergency and the pass, and we need to move another one again today. So I do want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Bonds, Louis George, Nadeau, McDuffie, Pinto, Silverman, and Che for introducing the permanent version of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I think you said so moved.
So moved.
So we have the declaration before us. Is there discussion? The vote is on PR 24-905. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes. Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Allen votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-954. Councilmember Robert White.
So moved.
For discussion. The vote, this will be a voice vote on Bill 24-954. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
It would be helpful if folks would speak up, please.
Aye.
We'll try again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The bill is approved unanimously. The next measure is PR 24-910, Perinatal Mental Health Task Force Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I am moving the Perinatal Mental Health Task Force Emergency Declaration Resolution and corresponding Emergency Amendment Act. During the FY23 budget, I was proud to work with the Department of Healthcare Finance, Chairperson, the Health Committee Chair, Mr. Gray, and you, Mr. Chairman, to include the creation of this task force in the Budget Support Act to study maternal mental health needs in the district and further the work being done by the Department of Healthcare Finance pertaining to maternal and perinatal health here in the District of Columbia. This emergency bill removes the requirement that the council, confirm certain task force members with a 45-day council review period. And it also extends the deadline for the submission of the comprehensive report from August 31st, 2023 to October 1st, 2023, giving the task force a total of 75 additional days to fully consider its mandate. This allows the Director of Healthcare Finance to appoint members of the task force instead of requiring nominees to go through the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments, which would delay the start of this very important task force. I've worked closely with Director Turnage since joining the council, and I'm comfortable with his commitment to maternal and perinatal health consideration and appointment of qualified individuals to similar internal advisory panels, and with the healthcare finance staff ability to implement this task force with fidelity. Giving the task force an additional 75 days to do its work will ensure adequate time for it to thoughtfully consider its scope, review the perinatal needs in the district, and write its reports and recommendations as required by the law. Additionally, it is necessary to approve this emergency prior to October 1, as the law currently requires the mayor to begin nominating individuals on that date in alignment with the beginning of the fiscal year. So we worked closely with the Department of Healthcare Finance on this emergency. Like I said, they are ready to go and get started. And as opposed to requiring a 45-day review period, we think it's in the best interest of birthing individuals in the district that this task force go ahead and get started. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move the declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. We have the declaration before us. Is there discussion? Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? The vote is on PR 24-910.
Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Tran White.
Yes.
Tran White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. And Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill. Bill 24-963. Councilmember Henderson,
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
is there discussion? By a voice vote on Bill 24-963, all those in favor say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. We're a fourth of the way through our emergencies. The next item is PR 24-906, Department of Health Functions Clarification Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022. I believe I'm calling on Councilmember Pinto.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This emergency is an extension of something that we have previously voted on before, and just clarifies the dates that are needed to rectify the timeline running out.
And you said so moved?
It is so moved.
We have the declaration before us. Is there discussion? Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? The vote is on PR 24-906.
Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Tran White.
Yes.
Councilmember Tran White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
The Che votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The declaration is approved unanimously. Thank you, Madam Secretary. We have the underlying bill. Bill 24-956, Department of Health Functions Clarification Emergency Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember Pinto.
It is so moved.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there discussion? By a voice vote on Bill 24-956, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. Bill is approved unanimously. The next measure is the 2022 World Cup Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022, PR 24-915. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 2022 World Cup tournament is scheduled to occur between November 20th, 2022 and December 18th, 2022. This event takes place every 4 years and is a Super Bowl type sporting event for soccer fans. The host country is 7 hours ahead of the District of Columbia. Notwithstanding the time difference, local soccer fans are expected to watch the 2022 World Cup tournament regardless of the hour. To meet the demand, some licensed establishments will likely want to amend their hours for this sporting event. to allow on-premises retailers, manufacturers, and temporary license holders to remain open for operation, sales, service, and consumption of alcoholic beverages during the hours of the World Cup tournament. As has been done previously, emergency action is necessary so that licensees can avail themselves of the extended hours. I'll move the underlying measure.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. The declaration is before us. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Councilmember Henderson.
I just want to add some levity to this meeting. So I'm going to ask Councilmember McDuffie, what times will alcohol be allowed to be served for the World Cup under this bill? Oh, am I stumping you? I didn't mean to.
I'm sorry, was that directed towards me, Councilmember?
Yeah, it was.
I'm sorry. I was not listening. If you want to repeat your question.
Oh, the times under this
Oh,
bill.
it is all times. It's 24 hours. Actually, it's 22 hours to be able to sell alcohol. They can remain open for 24 though.
22 hours. So that extra 2 hour was just like, yeah, no. Nobody's laughing. Okay, never mind.
I appreciate the attempt at levity though.
Thank you. I'll let it ride.
Yes, I think we all appreciate the attempt at levity.
It goes from 6 a.m. to 4 a.m. I was just curious why we just didn't let it go 24, because that 2 hours is just.
I'm sorry, were you talking about the council meeting going from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m.? Is there further discussion?
That
We have
was funny.
declaration- We have the declaration, tell me what she said. We have the declaration before us. Further discussion? Madam Secretary, would you call the vote, the roll? This is on PR 24-915.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
All for it, yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-972. Councilmember McDuffie.
So moved.
Is there discussion? By a voice vote on Bill 24-972. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The bill is approved unanimously. The next measure is Earned Income Tax Credit Expansion Clarification Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022. PR 24-913. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Earlier today, the council approved the Earned Income Tax Credit Expansion Clarification Amendment Act of 2022. And the purpose of the permanent legislation is to exclude monthly payments of earned income tax credit and other refundable income tax credits from the definition of earned income and exclude direct cash assistance payments from the definition of income for the purpose of qualifying for public assistance. The legislation would ensure, to the extent allowable under federal law, that the benefit of the expanded EITC, as well as the direct cash assistance received from district-based cash assistance program or pilots, does not adversely impact low-income households by causing them to become ineligible for assistance on which they rely. The permanent legislation will now take effect before the beginning of the next fiscal year. In order to ensure consistency for the treatment of the EITC, other refundable tax credits, and direct cash assistance, emergency legislation is necessary to ensure that the legislation enacted by October 1, 2022. And I will move the declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have the declaration before us. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Councilor McDuffie for moving this legislation forward so expeditiously, and for working with me to make sure we get it done in time for the beginning of the district's new monthly basic income rollout. The transition to monthly payments starts in October with the new fiscal year, so the timing has been important with this legislation. When eligible district residents are going to file their taxes beginning in January, they can rest assured that they will not lose other benefits by receiving this additional support. As I've talked about several times before, during the FY22 budget process, the council nearly doubled our local earned income tax credit, and we took that opportunity to convert our local EITC into a monthly payment for our lowest income residents. After hearing concerns from the Department of Human Services that a monthly payment might be considered additional income, which could make some residents ineligible for other public benefits like TANF and SNAP, I worked with my colleagues to ensure that we clarify this language so that residents won't be in danger of losing benefits as we help those who need this assistance the most. So I'm pleased that we're able to vote on this measure today. Happy to say that our action today is going to put more than $30 million per year directly into the pocketbooks of district residents. I look forward to working with all my colleagues to find ways to further expand this program as we see the impact and benefits for residents and families in the months to come, and encourage all my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Is there further discussion on the declaration? Councilmember Bonds.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and I really want to express my gratitude to Councilmember Allen on this measure, because I think his closing comment is very apropos, because I think we're going to discover that there are more households that are in need of this service, is what I like to consider it, as opposed to an entitlement. And so I'm looking forward to this becoming a way of doing business with some of our households as we strive to continue to make DC a place where everyone can call home. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Further discussion on the declaration? The vote will be on PR 24-913. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Louis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Member Henderson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-969. Councilmember McDuffie.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there discussion on the bill? We'll dispose of this by a voice vote. The vote is on Bill 24-969. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes? I don't see or hear any no votes. The bill is approved unanimously. The next measure is Child Wealth Building Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022, PR 24-912. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chairman. As noted in the notice announcing the introduction of the measure that we just mentioned, the council funded the District of Columbia's Child Trust Fund program during last year's fiscal year 2022 budget process. Since that time, the Office of the Chief Financial Officer has been working to establish and implement the program as part of its efforts to finalize and promulgate the program regulations and procure the services of a fund manager. OCFO determined that a few clarifying amendments to the law are necessary. Accordingly, to meet the timeline set forth for the above mentioned activities, legislation is necessary to permit the district to make distributions from the Child Trust Fund established by the Child Wealth Building Act of 2021. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will move the declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. We have the declaration before us. Is there discussion? The vote will be on PR 24-912. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Member Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Member Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Member Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-967. Councilmember McDuffie.
So moved.
Is there discussion? By a voice vote on Bill 24-967, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The bill is approved unanimously. The next measure is PR 24-914. Tax abatements for affordable housing in high-need areas, emergency declaration resolution of 2022. Councilmember McDuffie.
The purpose of the tax abatements for affordable housing in high-need areas is to authorize tax abatements as incentives for the production of new affordable housing in higher income areas of the District of Columbia. The Department of Housing and Community Development, pursuant to delegation by the mayor, has completed several competitive rounds for projects to apply for tax abatements in the HANTA program. A technical change to the existing law, which inadvertently presents anti-deficiency issues for DHCD, is necessary because, as enacted, it cannot be administered. The technical change will enable reservations of tax abatements to be made to projects currently in the development, which will increase the number of affordable housing units in those areas of the district that are in high need. With that, I move the declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have the declaration before us. Is there discussion? The vote will be on PR 24-914. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George.
Yes.
Louis George votes yes. And Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-970. Councilmember McDuffie,
So moved.
is there discussion? The vote is on Bill 24-970. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Can we try again? The vote is on Bill 24-970. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. Bills approved unanimously. The next item on the agenda is PR 24-876. Fiscal year 2023 income tax secured revenue bond, general obligation bond, and general obligation and income tax secured bond, anticipation note issuance authorization, emergency declaration resolution of 2022. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This emergency measure is necessary to ensure that the District of Columbia can issue bonds in a timely manner and take advantage of favorable market conditions to provide funding for or to reimburse the district for funds already expended on fiscal year 2023 capital projects approved and undertaken pursuant to the district's fiscal year 2023 budget and financial plan. With that, I move the declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there discussion? The vote is on PR 24-876. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White,
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che,
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. The underlying measure is PR 24-877. Councilmember McDuffie.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have the underlying approval resolution before us. Is there discussion? We will do this by voice vote on PR 24-877. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes? I don't see or hear any no votes. The resolution is approved unanimously. The next item is PR 24-920, the medical marijuana patient access second emergency declaration resolution of 2022. There is emergency and temporary legislation in law currently. It includes that medical patients with a card that expired previously can continue to use that card even though it appears to have expired through this month. This legislation extends that time. It extends that time to, if I remember correctly, March 31st, 2023. The emergency also increases the amount of dried cannabis a qualifying patient may possess at any one time from 4 ounces to 8 ounces. That actually has been in the earlier emergency. It also creates a temporary non-resident qualifying patient registration process to allow for the issuance of 2-year qualifying. I'm sorry, no, I misspoke. Creates a temporary non-resident qualifying patient registration process for renewable 30-day periods. It also allows for the reissuance of 2-year qualifying patient and caregiver registration cards. It also provides the board with the authority to issue patient and caregiver registration cards at no cost. And it also allows qualifying patients to establish residency in the district with 1 document. Most of this has been adopted previously by the council. A couple of these items are new. I move the declaration. Is there discussion? Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? The vote is on PR 24-920.
Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Tran White,
Yes.
Tran White votes yes. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che,
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Mendelson votes yes, and Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The declaration is approved unanimously. The underlying bill is Bill 24-981, Medical Marijuana Patient Access Second Emergency Amendment Act of 2022. So moved. Is there discussion? By a voice vote on Bill 24-981, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes? I don't see or hear any no votes. The bill is approved unanimously. The next item is Emergency Rental Assistance Reform Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022, PR 24-921. This measure or this legislation has been adopted previously as emergency and temporary legislation. And I believe that the temporary expires on October 1st. The permanent measure is pending in the Committee on Human Services. This new round of temporary legislation is necessary to continue the ERAP reforms approved last year while the permanent bill is pending in committee. I move the declaration. Is there discussion? Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? The vote is on PR 24-921.
Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Tran White,
Yes.
Councilmember Tran White votes yes. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che. I'll come back. Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George,
Yes.
Louis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Che,
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-983. So moved. Is there discussion? By a voice vote on Bill 24-983, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. Bills approved unanimously. The next emergency is Omnibus Berry Farm Redevelopment Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022, PR 24-922. The purpose of the street and alley closures is to allow for the development of Berry Farm. The development will consist of or include 380 public housing replacement units for rent, as well as additional housing. The committee of the whole approved the permanent version in July. The council has voted first and second readings July 12th and today. Making the closing effective sooner than the congressional review would enable the project to proceed without risk of further delay. I move the declaration. Is there discussion?
Chairman.
Councilmember Tran White.
Thank you, Chairman. This measure, along with its respective emergency measures on the agenda today, is necessary to further the development of Berry Farm. We need to move quickly on the street and alley closing listed in the legislation so the developers can get the proper permits for construction. As you know, Berry Farm residents have been displaced for a few years now. Even some of the prominent members who've been fighting for them to come back have since passed away. And we believe that the district residents in Berry Farm deserve safe, stable, and affordable housing that accommodates families and seniors. And important that we get this project completed on time to set a precedence for other public housing developers in our city. They can no longer wait as they've been told to. This legislation is critical to making this happen. I want to thank you, Chairman, for letting me share my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. There's no further discussion. The vote is on the declaration PR 24-922. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-985. So moved. Discussion? I will dispose of this by a voice vote. On Bill 24-985, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. The next item on the agenda is non-public student educational continuity emergency declaration resolution of 2022 PR 24-923. This legislation, it's a little hard to explain, deals with those students who are enrolled in DCPS or DC Public Charter School who are attending a non-public school or program, who have been in foster care and are placed in permanent care of an individual who resides outside of the district. This legislation ensures that those individual students can complete the year as well as the following year without having to pay non-resident tuition. The council has adopted emergency and temporary legislation since 2020. The permanent bill was approved by the council on July 12th and second reading was earlier today. This emergency is necessary to continue to provide authority for OSSI to ensure that these individual students are afforded the non-public placement. This emergency avoids a gap in the law while awaiting the permanent bill to become law. There's no temporary that will move along with this because the permanent got second reading today. I move the declaration. Is there discussion? The vote will be on PR 24-923. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Can you hang on? I have to vote. Did you call me?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, sorry.
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes
Hang
yes.
on one.
Okay. Hang on. I've muted Councilmember Che. Okay. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Silverman votes yes, and Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-986. So moved. Is there discussion? By a voice vote on Bill 24-986, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Can we try again? The vote is on Bill 24-986. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The bill is approved unanimously. We are 75% of the way through our emergencies. The next item is PR 24-907, Metropolitan Police Department Overtime Spending Accountability Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right. So we are doing this again. I'm going to be quick about it. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to say so moved because nobody wants to hear about this for like the third time. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. It would be useful to say on the record that this is an emergency similar to a previous emergency.
That's
on
right.
same
The
topic.
Metropolitan Police Department Overtime Spending Accountability Emergency Declaration Resolution is similar to what's on there. We're getting a written report every 2 pay periods on overtime pay. And the point is we can get ahead of it if MPD is overspending on overtime, so we don't end up with a large bill that we have to pay reluctantly. So with that, I move the deck.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have the declaration before us. Is there discussion? This is PR 24-907. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes, and Councilmember Tran White.
Yes.
Councilmember Tran White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill before us. Bill 24-958. Councilmember Nadeau.
So moved.
Is there discussion? The vote will be on Bill 24-958. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The bill is approved unanimously. The next measure is Council Vaccination Policy Enforcement Emergency Declaration Resolution 2022, PR 24-919. This is the second round of emergency and temporary legislation. The measure provides a mechanism to continue to ensure council employees comply with the vaccine policy in the case where an individual employee's personnel authority refuses to take disciplinary action against an employee as provided for in the policy, only for the purpose of enforcing COVID-19 vaccine mandate. I move the declaration. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much. I'm just very curious as to how this declaration that is before us will fit in with the decisions that have been made about the vaccine in general. And that is that the President of the United States says we're no longer in a pandemic. I wonder if that somehow affects what we do. And then I think a judge recently said that the mayor could not enforce the vaccine and the mask. So I just wondered.
With regard to the Superior Court decision, that was because there was no legal authority for the mayor to enforce the mandate. The council rules require the vaccine right now, and until we change the rules, that would be the requirement. This resolution itself does not have the mandate. The mandate is in our rules. Further discussion on the declaration. The vote will be on PR 24-919. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Bonds,
Yes, I'll vote for it. Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che,
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie, can you turn on your camera for me for a second? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White,
Yes.
Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Allen votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-979. So moved. Is there discussion? The vote will be on Bill 24-979 by voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes? I don't see or hear any no votes. The bill is approved unanimously. The next measure is PR 24-918, Department for Hire Vehicles Delivery Vehicle Traffic Enforcement Expansion Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This past June, I was convening a meeting of our ANCs, some district agencies, and some other Southwest DC neighborhood stakeholders as we were trying to work through some transportation challenges, some choked roadways, and some dangerous conditions in the area. One of the concerns that several neighbors and businesses raised was food delivery drivers double parking and blocking lanes of travel for vehicles and buses, blocking bike lanes and blocking crosswalks. In the meeting, we had a representative of the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, and they explained that while the department had been stepping up traffic enforcement, the agency did not actually have statutory authority to issue citations to app-based delivery vehicles, as the agency can for app-based passenger services. And they also found that at least half of the traffic violations that they see are vehicles they cannot issue citations to, and so they just have to give them a warning. While the department's mission is focused on passenger service like Uber and Lyft, those drivers often toggle back and forth between passenger pickup and drop off and then other deliveries, oftentimes at the same app. Sometimes the drivers are doing both simultaneously. Take an example of an Uber driver who drops off a passenger that immediately puts on their hazards, double parks, and gets out of the car to pick up food delivery. When the driver double parked as a Uber driver with a passenger, the department could issue a citation. But once the driver became an Uber Eats driver, the department can no longer issue that same citation. But when does that shift actually take place? Working with the mayor and the department, this legislation removes that ambiguity and loophole. The emergency and temporary legislation here are very narrowly tailored to only give the department the power to issue traffic citations. The department cannot impose any other regulations on food, beverage, or parcel delivery service. And to be clear, This would not apply to delivery services like Amazon or FedEx. This is targeted to delivery services that operate in the same way as the ride-hailing services the department already regulates, what the department's statute calls public and private vehicles for hire. There's a common sense fix for an agency that's eager to do its part to move us toward our Vision Zero goals. I hope my colleagues will support both the emergency declaration and the underlying emergency measure. I also want to thank the mayor and the department for working closely with me to craft this legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move the declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. We have the declaration before us. Is there discussion? Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you. Just a quick question for Councilmember Allen. Will this bill also apply to companies like Instacart or Amazon, or is this for food delivery companies primarily like DoorDash and Grubhub?
We believe in working with the department. This is based off their existing app-based enforcement. So in the example you're giving, I don't shop with, I guess, Instacart all that often. But if it's a app-based ride-hailing service, so think of your Uber Eats type of example, that would work. A simple delivery like a Instacart would not. Now, we'll also be moving permanent legislation that will go through. So we can also kind of work on fine tuning that as the permanent legislation moves through. But this gives the department, clears up that ambiguity and closes that loophole for them on the ride-based app side, which is really where they spend their time from an enforcement perspective.
Got it. Okay, just want to clarify. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Is there further discussion on the declaration?
Yes, Chairman.
Councilmember Trammell.
I guess for me, I'm just trying to get some clarity on this. I don't know what areas this is happening more frequently at, but I'm concerned about the everyday workers. As I think about Uber Eats drivers that are getting out to run into a house or a building to drop off food, so they're not staying there that long. I just think that I'll see this moving to a place becoming very punitive as it relates to drivers in DC. You know, most of these workers are trying to hustle to make ends meet in an economy that's becoming wider between the have and the have-nots. And we are setting the precedence yet again for giving tickets and to penalize people who are trying to earn a living. I don't see, and I'm just one of many, where people are parking to deliver food and staying a very long time because that time is money. They're trying to get to their next delivery. And so, you know, just pushing to move along is one thing, but you know, again, enforcement is another thing. And we've taken away so many parking spaces in DC, right? I was in Navy Yard yesterday. Yesterday, and I just see that, you know, some of the parking spaces are gone. DDOT is doing a number of things that, you know, to eliminate parking spaces all throughout the district, but very, very rarely doing things the community decide city they want. And so there's nowhere to park, right? My car was towed last Friday, and went inside a place. They said 15-minute parking. Came back out, my car was gone. So I'm like, man, what's going on in our city? So I'm a little concerned about what we're doing in the precedent we're setting in the name of safe roads, because it's not really about public safety. It's predatory and it's about generating tax dollars.
Thanks. If I could respond, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, if you wish.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate a concern. To help add the clarity, though, this is not predatory. We're talking about in the same way that they would be regulating. Let's say you're dropping off a passenger. You're able to stop your vehicle. You know, you're letting passengers in and out. What we're talking about is when a vehicle is parked in the crosswalk, when they are blocking all the travel. This started off from a conversation trying to address a lot of transportation challenges in Southwest, but very quickly morphed into seeing this take place on many of our commercial corridors where the roadways get choked off by people that are just leaving their cars in the middle of the road or blocking bike lanes or blocking crosswalks. So that's the goal here. I think the department has, as we've seen with the ride-based apps, has been very strategic in the ways in which they work that and work to have the enforcement work. And in most cases, just make sure vehicles are moving along. And I think we'd expect, based on their past performance, you'd see the same thing here. Thank you.
Point of clarity.
Councilmember Trammell.
Yeah, for clarity, I did not state that this was predatory. I'm saying the way the city is going is becoming predatory, where we got DDOT and DPW workers out 4 o'clock in the morning giving tickets, 2 o'clock in the morning giving tickets, which means they have to come and work those hours. And that has little to nothing to do with public safety.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the declaration? We have the declaration before us, PR 24-918. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Che?
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie?
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson?
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto?
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman?
Yes.
Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White?
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White?
No.
Councilmember Trayon White votes no. Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 no.
The declaration is approved. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-978. Councilmember Allen.
So moved, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Is there discussion? We'll do this by voice vote on Bill 24-978. All those in favor of the bill say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes?
No.
Councilmember Tran White, do you want to be recorded as voting no?
Yes, I want to be recorded as voting no.
The bill is approved. We will turn now to emergency legislation at the request of the mayor. The first is New Communities Initiative Bond Issuance Emergency Declaration Resolution 2022. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My office has been in communication with DMPED and OCFO, as well as the OAG, with you and your office, Mr. Chairman, and as well as Councilmember Bonds and Silverman's office. And so I'm actually going to withdraw PR 24-925 and 926. We are communicating with DMPED and the Office of the Chief Financial Officer about working together to transmit a new legislative package that addresses some challenges with the current law in time for our October 4th legislative session. So I'm going to withdraw the measures at this time.
The measure is withdrawn. The next item is PR 24-929, the Migrant Services and Supports Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. Since April, over 8,000 migrants have arrived by bus in the District of Columbia. For 6 months, mutual aid volunteers have stepped up to greet, welcome, and meet the needs of travelers desperately in need of rest and support. And over those 5 months, we've seen the number of persons arriving in the district each day increase from 50 to more than 300. It's our responsibility as a sanctuary city, as a city that has always welcomed those cast off from somewhere else, to greet every single person who arrives here with dignity, with a warm welcome, and ultimately with the services they need to thrive. That is a responsibility that falls to all of us, not to just a small group of compassionate volunteers, not just to those who work in immigration law, not just to a FEMA grantee, but to all of us, many of us children of immigrants in a country of children of immigrants. Right now, though, we don't have the tools to exercise that responsibility. We have no specialized institution that can work with immigration officials, that can ensure people get their sponsors and establish a permanent address, that can get people what they need to survive and then send them where they're going to thrive. And for those who choose to stay here, we have no legal tools to serve them in the best way possible. I've spent months coordinating with our regional partners who are eager to help. Montgomery County is already providing services in a respite site, and we must be doing the same. This legislation allows the district to answer that call to leadership too, By creating a new office within Department of Human Services, the district will direct specialists to special needs and better meet the needs of everyone. This legislation will ensure that every migrant is greeted by a bilingual, culturally competent professional, that they have respite, that they have food and clothing, and that they are safe and welcome. And we can do all that without undermining decades of progress in our struggle to end homelessness in the district. We know that because we are following the lead of border towns and jurisdictions with specialized newcomer networks in this best practice. In 2017, this council strengthened our Homeless Services Reform Act. And since that time, we've funded thousands of units of housing for those experiencing homelessness. This legislation allows us to continue that work as well. I plan to move a permanent version of this legislation through the Committee on Human Services as soon as possible. And I promise to work to ensure that with this office comes hope, care, and accountability, that as a sanctuary city, we can finally match the strength of our actions to the tenor of our words. With that, I move the declaration.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Nadeau, the mayor introduced the permanent legislation yesterday. Have you scheduled a hearing or are you scheduling a hearing?
We'll be noticing a hearing shortly. Our intent is to include it on October 20th, when we already have a roundtable scheduled where the Department of Human Services will be appearing.
So the notice hasn't been filed, but you're looking at October 20th.
That's right.
Is there discussion on the declaration? Councilmember Pinto, Councilmember Robert White after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to Councilmember Nadeau for your thoughtful leadership on this really important and ever-evolving issue. Our city is often used as a bargaining chip upon or ire of the federal government by Republican colleagues. And for the last 5 months, Republican governors from Texas, Arizona, and Florida have been using human beings arriving in our country, oftentimes fleeing from untenable or dangerous situations in their own home country, as a political stunt by sending thousands of migrants to our city and other cities around the country. People are arriving with no information about where they are going, when they will get there, when their child's next meal will be, and what will be waiting for them upon their arrival. We have nonprofit organizations who've been greeting these individuals and families to provide needed aid. And these organizations are not given information ahead of time as to when folks will be arriving. They have scrapped together resources, volunteers, lawyers, religious organizations, and neighbors to try to respond to the overwhelming need in a timely and comprehensive manner. I'm so proud of our city partners for coming together to address this emergency with compassion. I joined Councilmember Nadeau and other colleagues in July in sending a letter to implore the executive to take action to serve those who are being sent here on buses. I'm grateful to our Attorney General, Carl Racine, who used his own office's resources to provide grants to organizations who are doing this work on the ground. Now, with about 300 people arriving each day and estimated over 10,000 people who have already arrived, the need for establishing infrastructure and resources to arriving migrants is paramount and overdue. Our nation is enriched by the perseverance, presence, and participation of migrants in our communities. As a city, we value immigrants and asylum seekers, and we treat them with dignity and respect. DC stands with our dreamers and those who seek refuge in the United States. By establishing the Office of Migrant Services, we are living out these DC values. And I want to commend Mayor Bowser and my colleague, Councilmember Nadeau, for working together to establish the Office of Migrant Services. This office will allow our city to get folks connected to services, transportation to their destination, and help people find where they are meaning to go. And often this is outside of the district. However, this emergency bill is currently structured, does not meet our standards for dignity and safety. And today I'm offering a few amendments to ensure that our intentions are appropriately met. These amendments seek to clarify eligibility, prioritize how families may be sheltered in private and safe units, set health and safety standards, and ensure due process rights are enshrined and protected. So first, this amendment ensures that establishing the OMS, we are not inadvertently excluding. Mr. Chairman, I have another.
Without objection, but let me remind you that we have the declaration before us, not the underlying bill.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, then maybe that's a perfect break point. I'll stop there. And then when we get to the underlying bill, I can address the amendments more specifically.
All right. Thank you. Is there further discussion on the declaration?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to really give a lot of thanks to Councilmember Nadeau and her staff and to the administration for working closely and to thank them for working closely with my team on parts of this measure. Right now, I think our goal is harm mitigation, both in the short term and in the long term for the migrants being sent to our city as part of political stunts by other jurisdictions. The people coming to our city need help now. More assistance should be coming from the federal government. Absent that, we have to step in to provide help. And in the short term, we need to set up a system that will be able to address and serve the influx of new people coming to our city at a rapid pace while not destabilizing our existing human services system. In the long term, we need to make sure our work here does not overlook long-term consequences of setting up a separate system for different populations, including case management capacity. My committee, the Committee on Government Operations, has oversight over our procurement system. So I've given a lot of attention in partnership with Councilmember Nadeau to the procurement aspects of this bill. Our joint review of this bill had two goals. First, we want to provide the level of flexibility necessary to meet the needs of the migrant community. Second, we must ensure that any exceptions to our normal procurement laws are limited in scope and duration, and that protections are in place to ensure transparency and accountability. Councilmember Nadeau's proposed amendment in the nature of a substitute, which we worked on closely together, would address each of those concerns. I know it can feel very technical to talk about procurement processes in the face of real human needs, but my committee also oversees the Inspector General's office. The IG and their contractors have put an enormous amount of work into 5 separate audits and risk assessments that raise significant concerns with procurement practices in the district, and especially emergency procurement practices during COVID. We already had a hearing scheduled on the most recent series of those reports. My goal here was to take the lessons we learned from the COVID emergency and work with the mayor and Councilmember Nadeau to find the right compromise to support migrants without repeating the mistakes of the past. So again, I want to strongly thank Councilmember Nadeau and Mayor Bowser and her team for working with us on these changes to the bill, and I look forward to supporting it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there further discussion on the declaration? The vote will be on PR 24-929. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 24-990. Councilmember Nadeau.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would also like to move an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
How about if you say so moved to the bill and then move the ANS?
I can do that. So moved.
And then you have an amendment nature of a substitute?
I do.
Do you want to move that?
I would be delighted.
Okay.
Thank you. Upon reviewing the legislation drafted by the executive, the council's office of the general counsel recommended that we make several technical and clarifying changes to the bill. I'm proposing these changes via an ANS at the recommendation of OGC. Many of the proposed changes do not revise the substance of the legislation, but merely provide additional technical clarity. My staff also worked closely with the Office of Councilmember Robert White to ensure accountability and transparency in the executive's exercise of the emergency procurement authority granted by this legislation. Under the ANS, the executive will be required to report the details of each emergency procurement to the council before entering into the underlying contract. The executive's emergency contracting authority would also be limited to several categories of permissible contracts. My staff and the staff of Councilmember White worked with the executive to arrive at this list, which allows the executive to move quickly, but not to overstep the goals of this legislation. And with that, I move the ANS.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have the amendment nature of substitute before us. Discussion, Councilmember Pinto.
This question for subsequent amendments, would that be better to move after we vote on this ANS?
I think we can be, I think you would, if you have amendments, move them now. I believe you drafted them to the amendment nature of substitute.
I did. There are
Yes.
changes to this ANS.
Yes, there is a rule about third level, and we'll see if that comes into play.
Okay.
It would be in order now.
Okay, good. Thank you. So thank you very much again to my colleague, Councilmember Nadeau, for all the work on this. The amendments that I have today seek to do 4 things. The first is to ensure that while we're establishing the Office of Migrant Services, we are not inadvertently excluding qualifying immigrant residents from our homeless services continuum in the district. District residents who are currently in immigration proceedings should still be able to access these services. The current language of Title II excludes all people who have an immigration proceeding from our homeless services, and that is too broad. I initially hoped to strike all of Title II, but I heard concerns from Councilmember Nadeau and the executive and others, and therefore offer a compromise in order to clarify who is not considered a DC resident for the purposes of accessing our homeless services system. I also circulated an updated amendment a few minutes ago that seeks to make a further compromise to Title II in keeping C1 and C2, C1 and C3 in Title II. So again, I believe this strikes the right balance at making sure that those who are arriving here as migrants arriving to our city go into our Office of Migrant Services, and those DC residents who are already here and who are immigrants can still access our current homeless services system. Second, the amendment encourages the mayor to use individual rooms to shelter families rather than large congregate settings that can be hazardous and dangerous, especially for families with small children. Our families deserve private and safe shelter, and this amendment authorizes the mayor to do so. Third, it ensures minimum health and safety standards are met for all shelters serving migrants, and those standards must be sent to the council. And fourth, lastly, it ensures sufficient due process procedures are established for immigrant families in the event that they are denied services, which is a fundamental right for our city and our country. So I look forward to working with colleagues on the permanent bill as this crisis evolves, and we hopefully get more assistance from our federal partners who we need support from. But this is an emergency right now. And in an emergency, we must ensure that our rights of our most vulnerable residents are protected. And so I ask my colleagues to support these amendments today.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. There was an amendment that you circulated at about 1:50 p.m. And then there's something that your staff circulated at 5:09 p.m. And I believe they are different. So what you are moving is what was circulated at 5:09 p.m.
That's right. There is one change to the 509 circulation, which adds back a section of Title II, because we heard concerns that we want to make sure there is a bifurcated system. So we're providing the services that our migrant community who is arriving needs. And that section is section C3 that reads, were paroled in the United States after January 1st, 2022, and goes on. So all of those individuals would then go into the Office of Migrant Services.
Thank you. Discussion, Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. It's late and I know everybody's very tired, so I know we don't want to get into a fulsome debate on this right now. So I'll just say that, I appreciate Councilmember Pinto bringing up these amendments. and working through them this afternoon. I think the fact that there have been a couple versions today and, later in the evening is just really to me an indicator that we shouldn't rush these changes. We need to be deliberate, just like we were with the changes that we made in the ANS, where we took some time to work through them carefully and build consensus around them. I do pledge to do that as we prepare for the permanent bill. I've agreed to have a hearing on that next month and to work with all due haste on that. And I think there may be other changes as well that we may wish to make to the permanent bill. I am more than happy to consider these changes, but I ask that we do not do them today as an amendment to the emergency. I just feel as though we haven't had enough time to consider them. And while they may have merit, I want to make sure we get this right. We don't have any unintended consequences with the language in this amendment. So I ask colleagues to vote against this amendment, but I pledge to continue working with Councilmember Pinto and the mayor to work through these concerns. I do think they are important to address. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Further discussion on, so what we have before us is Councilmember Pinto's amendment, which would be to the amendment nature of a substitute. Councilmember Silverman. Yes.
Thank you. So I want to emphasize something that my Ward 2 colleague said. So as district residents, we are all too familiar with being treated like political taunts by politicians from other states. And the busing from southern border states to DC of people legally seeking asylum by the Republican governors of Texas and Arizona is a new political strategy by the GOP to score points on federal immigration policy. And it's not random that they have chosen us or New York City or Chicago to make their point. We are Democratic Party strongholds. We declared ourselves sanctuary cities. We embrace and welcome immigrants who are seeking hope and opportunity. So I think we all agree the way to respond to this cruel political stunt is to rise to the occasion. It's to remain consistent to our values of being a jurisdiction that's compassionate, welcoming, and strategic about how we use our resources to meet the need. And I just want to emphasize again, the reality is that many of those bused who are in the United States legally are seeking asylum, and many of them, I think the majority of them, have plans to live with family or sponsors elsewhere, not in DC. This burden shouldn't have fallen on mutual aid organizations and nonprofits. My congregation on the Hill was one of the groups that, had people coming 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning to respond. That's, we couldn't let that happen as is because the volume of people is simply incredible that are coming on the buses. Mayor Bowser told us in her letter to us today, 9,400 people have come in the last 6 months. That's an average of 50 people a day. That's not a volume, our NGOs can handle, and as has been said by both Councilmember Pinto and Councilmember Nadeau, we need infrastructure. Government needs to step in, and I think that's we're doing the right thing with the Office of Migrant Services. Because, and here's where, yes, I came to Councilmember Pinto and Councilmember Nadeau and said, let's get to compromise, because I don't want the GOP to win here. We often talk about unintended consequences, but this is an intended consequence that Governor Abbott wants and Governor Ducey wants and the GOP wants to tear us apart. And what I honestly said to Councilmember Pinto and Councilmember Nadeau is, let's not look like that. Let's not be torn apart. Mr. Chairman, can I have like 30 more seconds?
Without objection.
Okay, so they want to tear our city apart with ugly, divisive tactics, and I say no. So I have to admit here, I'm struggling. I want to thank Councilmember Nadeau. I want to thank Mayor Bowser. I think we're doing the right thing with this ANS and with this legislation. On this amendment, though, I'm struggling to understand what is objectionable with Councilmember Pinto's amendment. What I hear is that we're going to be overwhelmed. But when I read this and I showed Councilmember Pinto, I was like doing a side-by-side analysis on the dais here. What we're doing is just giving people due process if they're denied services and allowing services to continue until that due process is completed.
Councilmember Silverman. you have
Okay,
a
I'm
minute.
sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I guess my point is, I wish we could, I don't mind healthy debate, but on this issue, I think we should all come together and make sure we are giving people access to services, not overwhelming our homeless system, but I don't see that in Councilmember Pinto's amendment. Thank you. I'm sorry for going over time.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Further discussion? Is that Councilmember Henderson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I actually just have, I have a few questions for clarification. Councilmember Silverman, similarly to you, I agree in terms of not allowing the Republicans to win here, but I do understand where Councilmember Nadeau is coming from in terms of having a more fulsome debate about this, right? I am not a member of the Committee on Human Services. We obviously have been following the issue, not just with migrant services, but also what is happening in our homeless services continuum. And so I have a director who's telling me one thing, and then I have council members who are saying, oh, it's not that serious, or they might be over exaggerating, all of these various things, which I feel like I want to hear it on the record. I want to hear from experts. I want us to understand fully, because for some of us who are not on that committee, we may not know all of the ins and outs of these. So for example, Councilmember Nadeau, I asked you earlier around what type of legal services are provided in, let's say if someone showed up at Virginia Williams versus what type of legal services would we be providing in an Office of Migrant Services that would be specialized to immigration. And I want to hear that from you on the record if possible.
Chairman, is that okay? Mayor
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. So, I think one of the most important things to understand about the Office of Migrant Services really is this a beautiful thing we're creating. We're setting up a system for people who are going through a very difficult federal process and helping them navigate it using our supports and systems. We've never done that before, and I don't know that anybody else has either. So if you are applying for humanitarian parole or asylum, you have regular court dates, you have regular meetings with immigrations and customs. You're going to be going out to Chantilly regularly for those meetings because they don't have them here anymore. You've got a whole lot of things on your mind and on your plate that somebody working day in and day out at Virginia Williams serving homeless families in the District of Columbia is just not familiar with. So I think we should be really proud that we're creating this special system and these services to help people navigate this, because I think, one of the values we have here in the district is a welcoming community, as a sanctuary city, as a place that has welcomed immigrants for decades and generations, as evidenced by the many nonprofit organizations that are tailored to them. We want to be the best we can be for them.
Okay.
And we want them to access these services.
And I'm running out of time. One last question I wanted to ask was, I know that on the agenda today is an emergency bill as well as a temporary. And obviously you said to the chairman that you plan to hold a hearing on October 20th and then move fairly quickly thereafter. Would you be open to amending the temporary to match whatever it is that we pass in the permanent, so that I think for,
yes,
emergencies are 90 days, temporaries are last longer. And I can imagine that there might be some feeling that we are kicking the can down the road here, but really I want to get to this hearing because I want to understand this more, as I am not an expert in immigration law.
Exactly. Thank you for that. Yes. So I think, we can work together over the next couple of weeks, whether we come to a resolution for the temporary or whether it goes to the permanent. That will be up to how those discussions go. But I think either way, we're going to be in a much better position to tackle this once we can sit down with the executive and all the stakeholders on this, because it is important. And there are people with very real expertise in this area that should be part of that conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me see if there's anyone who has not spoken before I go to second round.
Mr. Chairman,
In that direction, let's do Councilmember Lewis George and Councilmember Bonds and Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for, I think, this robust conversation and debate, conversation we've been having and sharing views. I want to thank Councilman Pinto for working on this amendment today. I share some of her concerns that the bill as is before us does have some problematic language, which if enacted could have the effect of stripping thousands of district immigrants from their right to access shelter and reversing a best practice policy of housing families in individual non-congregate units. I think we are, in listening to everyone, stuck between a rock and a hard place and working as best we can to hold on to our values of what we declared as a city. I think the reality is that district immigrant residents and migrant residents intending to settle in our city permanently, who are currently going through long and cumbersome immigration process, risk losing access to our homeless care system because of the broad sort of exclusionary language in this bill. I think that is one truth. That is true. I think the other truth is that resources aren't, finite. We don't have finite, resources are finite. So every year, I think this council scrapes the bottom of the budget barrel to find more resources for shelter, for housing, for benefit increases, and legal and victim services for many of our most vulnerable residents. And still, I think there are thousands of district residents, many Native Washingtonians whose basic needs are not able to be met by this city. But I think pitting two vulnerable communities against each other is not how we create a more just and equitable city. It's not. I think we all know this. We think we also know that overwhelming a system with finite resources only has the effect of sort of leaving both communities behind. So looking at the amendment, I think Councilmember Pinto's amendment does, I think, more appropriately tailor a way to target resources to migrants without harming immigrant residents who call DC home. I think, this is sort of a tricky Venn diagram to legislate for, but by removing sort of overreaching exclusion now, we can come back in 2 weeks if we need to, with changes if needed that can strike the right compassionate and inclusive solution. So, and I will remind my colleagues that migrants will not be eligible for HSRA services overnight if we pass this amendment, and it will be easier to legislate, I think, in 2 weeks to steer migrants to the right set of services for their situation versus trying to backtrack to add people back into a set of services we may cut them off from today. And so with that, I think, striking the balance here today and how we need to move forward, I think Councilmember Pinto amendment does kind of move in the right direction.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman. And I want to thank both of my colleagues for their thoughtful, quick response to this emergency, and to thank the mayor for agreeing to put forth a plan, given that we were not getting the kind of assistance I'd hoped we would get from the federal government at this point. But I understand. And what I understand is that we must do something immediately. So I'm where Councilmember Robert White is, and that is that we got to do something. And let's go ahead and let's do what we can now. And then we'll come back once we have this hearing, which is going to happen, I think you indicated, Chairman, in a few weeks. And let's see where we are and what more can be done if is needed. I certainly don't want this government to be in a position where we have played one group of I'll say residents against another, because that's what we would be doing if we merge the migrants into our homeless program. And so I'm very supportive of where Councilmember Nadeau is, and will be supporting that aspect of the bill today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to keep my remarks brief. I did want to add a note of thanks to the mayor for her efforts, and in particular to Councilmember Nadeau and her team for all their efforts. This is hard work, and I think the drafting that has occurred in the ANS that Councilmember Nadeau has offered takes into account a number of the concerns that have been raised since we saw the initial bill, and I've appreciated the efforts to try to address what is such a horrible position that we have to find ourselves in, because I don't think any of us want to be in this position. I mean, for the governors of two faraway states in Texas and Arizona to callously play political games with people's lives, I mean, it is truly repulsive. But I think that there is something that we can be proud of as residents here in the District of Columbia, because from the day the first bus arrived from Texas last spring, tons of DC mutual aid societies, residents, churches, non-governmental organizations really stepped up to welcome them warmly to the city and to do all that they could with the resources they had to ensure that the people arriving from Texas, those migrants, had food, they had shelter, they had transportation, and they had whatever they needed. And so I've heard the stories of how some people have even housed migrants in their own homes. And I think the compassion that's been shown here is an example worthy of note of the governors in Texas and Arizona and all who might support the political games that they're playing with these people's lives. And so I commend these groups for continuously demonstrating really generosity of spirit and resiliency that I think truly embodies the sort of city that we are here in the nation's capital. And so again, I want to thank the mayor, Councilmember Nadeau, and Councilmember Pinto for efforts on her amendment. I really think that Councilmember Nadeau with the ANS has gone to a point where I'm going to support what she's put forward, but also recognizing her efforts to hold a hearing on this. I texted her and asked about a roundtable. She gave me a specific date right away about the hearing, and I think it'll give us an opportunity to further refine our efforts to make sure that we're supporting the migrants who are coming to the District of Columbia. So again, thank you all, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there further discussion? I'm looking at Councilmember Pinto, but I want to make sure I get first round. Councilmember Robert White, then Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman. The concerns raised in the proposed amendment are very valid. They also are nuanced and prescriptive in a rapidly evolving landscape. Though the emergency legislation is being introduced 5 months after the first buses arrived in DC, volunteers and organizers were on the ground immediately responding and getting a firsthand look at the situation. At the same time, other organizers and providers were continuing their work with communities already in DC experiencing homelessness and financial instability. As DHS creates this new Office of Migrant Services, it is very important that DHS seeks and utilizes guidance from those working with existing impacted communities and those working with incoming people and communities. Without this collaboration, we are likely to miss impacts that can only be seen on the ground, which can lead to unintended harm in practice. I encourage grassroots groups to be at the table and to state the needs from their perspectives so that we get this right as the foundation is laid. That's where the focus needs to be. DHS must also continue consulting with immigration specialists and attorneys. This level of immigration comprehension and service delivery is new for the Department of Human Services. They're going to need to rely on outside immigration experts to make sure that the steps they take in creating eligibility and residency determinations for a new program do not cause undue harm to the pending immigration statuses of incoming residents. As the situation develops, DHS must have some flexibility to act immediately to address the situation while thoughtfully incorporating the critiques that they have received about their current proposal and guidance from experts and impacted community members. That flexibility has guardrails, including consistent oversight from the council and individual council members. The council will have an opportunity to make changes if we observe any harms on the ground to arriving migrants and to existing clients in our homeless services system if circumstances change. We can do this in 2 weeks at second reading for the temporary and at and after the hearing that Councilmember Nadeau has committed to hold on the permanent measure. What I'm stressing here is that this is a difficult, complex, and nuanced issue. I have worked through a number of issues in this bill, but I still have concerns. So these aren't the final round of changes that are necessary. It's not the final round of changes that we're going to want to make. We have, I believe, a comprehensive, well thought out amendment in the nature of substitute. We are going to have other changes. I think we should take the opportunity to see how this plays out, what we need to change, and make those changes at the same time, as opposed to trying to amend something that's been in the works for many days. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to all of our colleagues for your thoughts. I do want to just comment on a few of them. One, Councilmember Silverman talked about the importance of kind of standing together and not being torn apart, especially in light of being used this way, and these people, more importantly, being used this way as a pawn. And that is not what's happening here. And I want to be very clear that we are still all on the same team here. And I think Councilmember Nadeau has worked for many, many years on supporting our immigrant communities and our neighbors experiencing homelessness. And so those intentions are not under question. But we do have an emergency here, and that is more important to me, to make sure that we fight to get this right now, because it is an emergency and it can't wait for many of these families. I do want to remind everyone there is no fifths to my amendments. I did worry that the fact that we had multiple versions maybe look a little bit disorganized, but I didn't want that to be a reason that we didn't promulgate a version that addressed some of the concerns that had been raised in an effort to compromise. So don't use that latest version against us in your consideration for voting for this, because that was, again, for the purpose of reaching a compromise. Councilmember Nadeau talked about unintended consequences of having kind of an on-the-fly emergency, and that's exactly what we're trying to address. The current version, if we don't pass these amendments, excludes anyone from our homeless services continuum who has an immigration proceeding outside of the district. 100% of people who have immigration proceedings are outside of the district, because we're not a state yet and we don't have an immigration court. And so this is going to affect DC residents who are immigrants, wholly unrelated to the migrant buses that are arriving now, which is why this is an emergency now, and those families cannot afford to wait until the permanent. Could I have 30 more seconds, Mr. Chairman?
Without objection.
Thank you. To Councilmember Henderson's point about assuring that we're not making kind of snap decisions, this ensures that we're maintaining existing rights for our DC residents so that we can hear from experts during the hearing on October 19th and continue making sure that the permanent version is not stripping away rights that current DC resident immigrants have. That's what this amendment seeks to do. So I hope we keep those people in mind today who can't wait and who don't have the benefit of time, because if this emergency passes, some of them will be harmed. So I thank you all again for your consideration and ask you to support these amendments today.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Silverman, 2 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So I want to be clear that there is much agreement on the dais about creating the Office of Migrant Services, about having, for lack of a better word, a bifurcated system so that giving immediate aid, including temporary shelter, to those legally seeking asylum who got bused to the district sometimes not of their own volition, that we keep that separate from access to services to our homeless services continuum. I think that's common ground here. And that we've waited until now, after 9,400 people have been bused here to take action, I think is a little bit embarrassing for all of us, but that's where we are. But the point is that the pace of the buses is increasing. And there's a gap. My understanding is the Ward 2 council member is addressing the issue of DC residents who are in the immigration system, who are in the process, legally in the process of seeking asylum, who are district residents. And that my understanding is that the current language would exclude them from accessing services through the continuum. And that, I asked Councilmember Pinto, how many people is this? We don't know, but I think the issue is that is troublesome. I think also in here is a prioritization saying that if you're families with children, that you should have a prioritization, which is what we have in our current values of accessing homeless services, if not living in a congregate setting, if you are with children. I think that makes sense. I'm out of time, but I think we're all tired. This is a difficult issue, but the amendment proposed is reasonable. And I still struggle to see where this changes the bifurcation or overwhelms the system. It just gives access and rights to people to make sure that they have proper access to services if needed and eligible. So I will be supporting Councilmember Pinto's amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Nadeau, second round.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be quick. I just want to clarify because I know people here are very caring and want to ensure that we are creating services for everybody who need them. What we are doing today does not exclude folks from accessing services or shelter. It directs them to the appropriate services and shelter. So we are providing housing for people on a temporary basis. We are providing school enrollment in school. We are providing healthcare. And ICH is working right now to ensure people who are eligible for migrant services can access hypothermia shelter. It's part of their winter plan. We are very much trying to stand up a humane response here. So I just want to clarify that because having a specialized set of services is not the same thing as excluding people. So I'll leave it there. And I know folks have already heard enough. So I'm sure we'll be moving to a vote shortly. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to proceed to a vote. The vote is on Councilmember Pinto's amendment,
Mr. Chairman, can we have a roll call vote, please?
and we will have a roll call vote. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Henderson.
No.
Councilmember Henderson votes no. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
No.
Councilmember McDuffie votes no. Chairman Mendelson.
No.
Chairman Mendelson votes no. Councilmember Nadeau.
No.
Councilmember Nadeau votes no. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
No.
Councilmember Robert White votes no. Councilmember Trayon White.
No.
Councilmember Trayon White votes no. Councilmember Allen.
No.
Councilmember Allen votes no. Councilmember Bonds.
No.
Councilmember Bonds votes no. Councilmember Che.
No.
Councilmember Che votes no. And Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 4 yeses and 9 nos.
The amendment fails. We still have the amendment nature of a substitute before us. Is there further discussion? I see one hand or 2 hands. I think I see one person with two hands. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for your leadership here. The district is currently facing a humanitarian crisis because the governors of Texas and Arizona have chosen to recklessly use migrants as pawns in a political stunt with no regard for their lives, their rights, or their well-being. Their actions are despicable, and we condemn them without reservation. Since migrant buses started arriving in the district this April, mutual aid groups and community organizations have led DC's response, helping greet immigrants, provided needing supplies, and helping them prepare for their next steps. Aside from grant funding provided by FEMA, both our DC government and federal government, really our federal government mainly has not stepped up really to meet the urgent needs created by the busing of thousands of migrants in our city. We have a responsibility to respond to this situation with humanity and decency in accordance with our values as a welcoming sanctuary city. The services that will be provided by a new DC Office of Migrant Services are needed and are long overdue, especially as more migrants continue to arrive in our city in the months ahead. However, there are several aspects of this legislation that makes me uneasy, particularly in Title II, which sets to limit access to our homelessness services and other wraparound services. I think we should be clear about what is happening. The overwhelming majority of migrants arriving in DC have another final destination where a family member, friend, job, or other opportunity is waiting for them. For them, our responsibility is to provide the short-term support needed during the few days these migrants stay in DC before they go to their next stop. But there is, and I think will continue to be, maybe a small minority of migrants who choose to settle in the district permanently. This is their right, and dozens of families have already settled into our communities as residents for the long haul. I'm concerned because the bill as written, sort of what we've seen and talked about, I guess, during the debate of the amendment, explicitly excludes these migrants who choose to stay in DC from accessing long-term housing services and wraparound services. And for those migrants who are staying in DC to seek out new opportunities, it would be a mistake to allow them to fall through the cracks in ways that threaten to exacerbate our single and family homelessness crisis. I think the entire country is watching what we are doing and how we are responding, and our response must meet the needs of all migrants arriving in our city, whether they're moving on or making a new home here. I think we've talked about this back and forth, but I have seen this city do previously thought impossible things to meet human care needs during COVID. And I've also seen the city make degrading choices that fracture public trust in government. As we prepare to respond to yet another unprecedented public emergency in our city, I think we must get this right, and I think we must do it together. And I'm sure, and I'm not sure right now we have struck the right balance needed just yet to provide services within our city's capacity, while also not creating inadvertent exclusions. Chairman, can I have 30 more seconds, please?
Without objection.
But within the constraints of emergency legislating, for me, a no vote here is not an option. We cannot delay authorizing the standing up of long overdue services. We can't do that. I know more work is needed here to get this right, and I want to give ourselves more time to do that on a second vote of a temporary to ensure we are protecting access to lifeline services for our district residents who are also happen to be immigrants. I will be voting present today to keep the conversation going, and I look forward to working with my human services colleagues and partners on the ground to create a more balanced framework for migrants and immigrants in need of DC services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. If there's no further discussion, the vote is on the amendment nature of a substitute. After we dispose of that, then there'll be a vote on the bill. On the amendment nature of a substitute, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any no votes?
Chairman, I would like to be recorded as present.
Councilmember Lewis George will be marked as present. All right, we have the bill as amended before us. Is there any further discussion? Madam Secretary, I think you should. Oh, Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you. Just wanted to, again, say I'm looking forward to working with all of our colleagues and with you, Councilmember Nadeau, on the preparation of the temporary and the permanent bill, and hope that will particularly be able to work together to ensure that our current resident immigrants are not being inadvertently excluded, that we can prioritize families for private and safe shelters. We can ensure our migrants have access to due process rights and concerns and have minimum health and safety standards. So looking forward to working with you on that in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, we have the bill as amended. This is Bill 24-990. By voice vote, all those in favor of the bill say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes?
Please record me as present.
I hear or see no votes. Councilmember Lewis George will be marked as present or recorded as present. The bill is approved unanimously. That takes us to the temporary legislation. If there's no objection, I'm going to move everything in block. That would be the ghost gun clarification temporary, the battery stewardship program temporary, the post-public health emergency protections extension temporary, the inspector general oversight consistency temporary, the perinatal mental health task force temporary, the Department of Health functions clarification temporary, child wealth building temporary, tax abatements for affordable housing in high need areas temporary, medical marijuana patients access second temporary, emergency rental assistance reform temporary, Metropolitan Police Department overtime spending accountability temporary, council vaccination policy enforcement temporary, Department of for hire vehicles delivery vehicle traffic enforcement expansion temporary, and migrant services and supports. It's your emergency, but it's actually the temporary act, and that would be the same version as we approved on for the emergency, Madam General Counsel. Is that clear?
Yes, understood, Mr. Chairman.
And I don't believe there were amendments to any of the other emergencies, so the temporaries, they will conform to the emergencies. I heard no objection. The motion was all of these temporaries at once. Is there any discussion? We'll do a roll call on these temporaries. Again, it's 1 through 14 plus the migrant services.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you please have a separate vote for the ghost gun bill?
All right. we'll
And I'll
pull
be
that-
voting, and I'll be voting again present on them.
All right, let me pull those two out. So the, to be clear, it's items 2 through 14 are, we'll do a roll call on them. Secretary.
Sure. Councilmember Lewis George,
Which one are we on?
This is, the motion is on the
block?
temporaries
Oh.
number 2 through 14.
Got it. Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White,
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che,
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Those items 2 through 14 are approved unanimously. Thank you, Madam Secretary. The Ghost Gun Clarification Temporary Amendment Act of 2022, Bill 24-962. This is moved by Councilmember Allen. Discussion. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Member McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Oh,
Councilmember Pinto votes no. Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Member Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Member Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Member Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
yes,
Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Member Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Lewis George votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 no.
The measure is approved. Migrant Services and Supports Emergency Act of 2022, Bill 24-991. Okay, Councilmember Nadeau,
So moved.
discussion. Madam Secretary, this is the bill, the
Conforming. to
version
ENS.
conforming with the emergency.
Great.
Chairman Mendelson.
Aye.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
yes,
Member Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Member Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Member Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Member Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Member Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
yes,
Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Member Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Present.
Will be recorded as present. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Member McDuffie votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 present.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The temporary version is approved unanimously. That's going to conclude the business of this meeting. The time is 6:05 PM and this meeting is adjourned.